Hi, Kasakai. Please first hear loudly from everyone to start this evening on a cheerful note. Thank you so much, and once again, a very good evening to everyone present here. We are super thrilled and stoked to welcome you all for the very first edition of Moneycontrol Creator Economy Summit, the definitive forum for the most significant discussions and debates about the state of this sector, its challenges, and road ahead. This event is brought to you by our event partners Adani, SBI, SBI General Insurance, and Mantri. For the first edition of Moneycontrol's Creator Economy Summit, we have chosen the theme Creation, Innovation, and Monetization. This is to showcase the optimism and resilience of Indian content creators. Now, you must be wondering, Moneycontrol is all about the markets and business, so why creators? As India's #1 digital financial news platform, if there's one trend we have noticed in the last few years, it's the incredible boom in the creator universe. Creators are powering consumption, investments, spends. They're also striking it rich as brands that leverage creators to influence customer purchase. But as the cliche goes, with great power comes great responsibility, something we will delve into over the course of this evening. We have an action-packed evening ahead where we will shine a light on the creative spirit of bright young Indians who are coming together to show the world how creativity, innovation, and hard work can transform the way we live, work, and play. Top thought leaders, creators, investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and senior government officials, you will hear from all of them this evening in some exciting sessions we have curated just for you. We are thrilled that we managed to draw a huge crowd on a weekday. A round of applause for all of you. Thank you so much. And a big thank you to all our marquee speakers and guest attendees for making it here. I would request you all to use your smartphones liberally. Don't worry, you don't have to keep the phones away. You can share insights with everyone who couldn't make it in person. Just use the hashtag #MCCreatorSummit. I repeat, #MCCreatorSummit. Whether it's a selfie with your favorite content creator or creating content and posting it, all you can share insights, all with the hashtag #MCCreatorSummit. So now, I think it's time now to begin with our first session. Let's start with an exciting fireside chat. Please join me in welcoming someone who has given us so much to laugh with her hilarious content, animated expressions, and extraordinary timing. She famously let go of a job offer from Google to follow her true passion. Just shows the potential the creator economy has. May I please invite on stage renowned content creator and influencer NM Niharika to moderate the chat. Thank you, Niharika. Along with her, let's please welcome a hugely popular actor who has established himself as an entrepreneur and an ace investor with many blockbuster startup investments. His LinkedIn posts have given us many tips to stay productive. Today, he's here with us to share his journey of first making it big in Hindi cinema and now in the world of business. Please join me in welcoming the one and only Suniel Shetty. Thank you so much, the two of you. Over to you, Niharika.
Thank you. And when you said action-packed, I was really hoping you meant he's going to bring the action, because clearly...
No, I guess the action began with you. When we went outside, I met her, and then, they said, let's take a picture since the both of you are outside. And I said, sure. And I went and stood, gentleman-like, hands behind, and waiting for the picture. And she said, how would people know you love me if you don't do that? So,
Sir, there was
so she got me nervous. In the first meet, and after that I've been wondering what the hell is she going to ask me. Anyways, waiting.
And you would have known if you let me prep you, but he said, I don't want to be prepped, because indirectly he was saying, I don't want to have a pre-conversation before I have an actual conversation with you, which is fine, sir. Having said that, the people wanted to ask me, the people of Moneycontrol wanted to ask me who your favorite cricketer is, but I made sure that they know this is a very serious panel, and we're having really, wow, sorry, I'm clearly not used to using a mic. Yeah, and I said that's not nice, like it's Suniel Shetty, sir, and the first question we have to ask him is, when the hell is Hera Fairy 3 coming?
So what do you want to ask me now? Do you want me to tell you about my favorite cricketer or the Hera Fairy question that...
Clearly the question that I care more about, not Moneycontrol. Now that I'm sitting here, they can't stop me.
That's the Hera Fairy that you're trying to do, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, my favorite cricketer, today's time, definitely Virat Kohli.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, KL, better luck next time.
KL is my son, you know.
Nice save,
so
sir.
When it's family, you don't talk about family.
Wow, what is Ahan then?
Family.
No,
But he's not a cricketer. He's an actor.
You
So
were...
My favorite cricketer is Virat Kohli because he's a master of chasing.
Really?
You know, that's the first time that you feel when you're at home and dhag isn't happening. You know, when Virat is, even though we are chasing and Virat is batting, that's not happening. So it's Virat for sure.
Good answer, I guess. I don't know if it's the right one. But, so sir, tell me, from a personal point of view, I really want to know. You've been an actor, you are an actor, you have businesses, you're an entrepreneur. I know the businesses part of it probably comes with you having Shetty as a part of your name. Let's not get into that. But why are you coming for my job now? You're at a creator summit where a creator is asking you how to create. Like, how is this? What is happening?
No, I think I'm not a creator. You are the creator. And, you know, I think it's more about my journey, failure, because I always talk about that. You know, I believed I was an actor and then because of that, everything would work. But that's not the way it worked. I don't have, even though I come from a F&B background, I don't have any restaurants of my own anymore. You know, they're all shut shop because I couldn't focus on that business. And, you know, it's very dependent on the chef or the masters who are running it on a day-to-day basis. I get the opportunity. I'm called an entrepreneur because of the world today, because of young creators like you, young startups like you, who are looking for mentorship, who are looking for funding, and you get an opportunity to look in and back those kids. And when you know that somebody is damn good at what they're doing, you know for a fact that you know you're going to enjoy that ride too with them. So I think it's the opportunities that are there far more. Earlier as actors, if the only thing that an actor invested was in probably real estate because you could let it be. You could either rent out a place or if it was land, you let it grow. You know, because no other business really worked. But today, times have changed and we've got a lot of opportunities, and that's why you see, you know, sportsmen, actors invest in startup and see success.
I love how you've been able to adapt, actually, because I feel like a lot of actors from your era, like, they try to adapt, but somewhere they can't connect with a younger audience or people way younger than them. But I think you have that cracked. What do you think what do you think you do differently that they don't really have a handle on?
You know, I don't believe I'm special and that I have that tact. I've graduated very and moved on very smoothly. I'd say because I accepted failure. When my films didn't work, I stood there and said that my films didn't work. I had an audience, I made mistakes, I made bad choices, and I stepped back. So I accepted failure, and the minute I accepted failure, it was an absolute clear picture. Nobody mattered. If anybody said on a Friday that, you know, Suniel Shetty yaar, uski picture nahi chali, to nahi chali. I had that attitude. I've always had that attitude because I was a sportsman. Like I said, my journey has been sport, martial arts, cricket. That's all I wanted to do. Team sport, learning to lose, learning to win. And that's when I said I've lost. You know, I stepped back. And there was a new world that was available there. On my high, I behaved. And I continue to behave even when I'm, you know, in the same manner. So there was a little bit of goodwill, respect that I had. So people, like I always say, people love me. I have a lot of love and affection wherever I go, but not necessarily converting into ticket sales. So I understand all that, and that's why I think my transition was smooth, because I'm comfortable in my own skin, and why not? At least I got a shot. I got a shot at being there at that box office, ruling for a few years. How many people get that opportunity?
Wow, that's actually such a beautiful way to look at it, but I think I usually believe that it's easier said than done, but now that you're doing it, I don't think I can say that to you, but I want to understand more of that, because I think failure isn't something that all of us are able to accept, let alone failure. We're not even able to accept ourselves these days. So what is that one thing that you do differently that's making you capable of coming to terms with failures in a way where you're taking it in stride? And like you said, if you're like, okay, this film didn't work, and like, but as an actor, sometimes that puts timer on your head, right? Because if you give back to back, like whatever flops or whatever, then the press or like the industry talk will be his or her time is over. How did you navigate that while also keeping your mental strength intact? And
I guess family, friends, having a strong family support, a very, very supportive wife, children, parents, siblings, matters a hell of a lot. See, I had no option. If I had to fight back, somebody had to give me a film, because I'd done so badly in that in a year or two that I just couldn't bounce back, because nobody was willing to put that money to make a film for me. So it was best that I take a backseat and look at it differently. I'm back now. I'm doing a lot of work now. Probably in the first few years, this year and probably another year, it would be all about multi-star cast films. But then once you are successful at that box office or the film works, it works for everybody. And then maybe I'll look at it differently again. So I've always stepped back and looked at things. And when you don't have an option, you don't have to give up. And mentally, like I said, I'm extremely strong because of the background that I come from. Once again, martial arts. I reinvented myself when it came to fitness. And said, you know what? Let there be one bit of me that has the X factor, and that was my health. Not necessarily, somebody at 25 can achieve 10 times more, but the age that I'm at, to be able to achieve it, gives me the confidence now to go out there and, show myself off. Because I always believe you are who you are, but your attitude should always depend on who the other person is. I mean, my attitude, I behave the way I see someone behave with me. And that's when things change. So I think when it comes to all that, but fortunately it's been good for me, and it's okay. So it's better to accept failure than to get mentally stressed and be that loser.
I would actually like to talk to you more about that, because I think as much as for me personally, I won't speak for the room, I think when we try to accept failures or we're knocked down by life, right, and we try to get back up, I understand family support, but give me like the breakdown of how do you get out of a rut? How do you get back up? If you're demotivated, you're passionate about something, life's a shitstorm. It's not letting you do what you're passionate about. Life's given you a hard hand, and you just have to make it work. For a person like that, how did they keep that motivation going or discipline going? How did they get out of feeling not good enough? Because I think that's the need of the hour. Everybody everywhere feels like they're not good enough. We self-loathe and self-hate, and we feel like it's so prevalent in my generation at least, and I've spoken to so many people who feel that way. I just want your breakdown of how that could be avoided, I guess, or what your process is like.
I guess for the generation today, offline is as important as online. We live in this virtual world where we believe that likes matter more than actually somebody liking you or telling you something good. I honestly believe that it's far easier to be happy. It's easy for me to be happy with my morning gym, my breakfast, my lunch, maybe dal chawal or what, however simple it may be. But it's very difficult for me to look happy, because then I need those 5 dishes to post. I need the table perfectly set. I don't have the warm food, but that doesn't matter. So to look happy is far more difficult than actually being happy. So I think that's what you need to do. You need, and all through my career, I've never been the same each year, in the sense I would always want to add on to something, add on a certain skill to my being as you progress. And everybody knows that when you're in a particular position, you're at your peak, and there is going to be a downhill or a beautiful exit, whatever it is. So you have to mentally prepare yourself. So, and that's why you've got to be mentally strong. And that's why I say it is working out in the morning, the discipline of life, the consistency of life. This is the only thing that'll see you through. Like I always say, if you're consistent, you'll end up where you want to be. If you're committed, that journey will begin. So you can't take that away. Now, if you're not consistent, you're not committed, you're not disciplined, there's no way you're going to achieve anything. You are failure, and you're looking only at failure. And for us, it's a tough world out there. For us, it's a very tough world. On a Friday, imagine Sunil Shetty with stars in his eyes, his first film comes out, and it's a blockbuster. But the critique at that time, who mattered the most, says he's wooden, he should go back to his Udupi restaurants and sell idli and dosa and collect cash on the counter. That was what was written in that article. Was he analyzing a film? Was he what was he doing? Why he was getting personal at me, believing that idli and that dosa that I sold was not that luxury product that he was looking for, but it was something that was my bread and butter. It was something that gave my dad a position. So I was never embarrassed about that. But I was scared that, what would I do with my career? I believed I'd be the next Mr. Bachchan, because everybody believes he's going to be the next Bachchan, and that's the way the career is going to go. When I sat back, I realized, Christ, you know what? No acting school, no training in the profession that I believe is going to be my career. What do I do? Yes, I have got work. Let me do death-defying stunts so that I'd get an image for myself. And that's when the action tag came on. The action tag just didn't come on because Sunil Shetty did great action, because he jumped from the 5th floor, took off a bike and rammed into a car and flipped over that car. It was those death-defying stunts that separated me and set me up. Once I set myself up, I continued learning on the job. I continued appreciating every actor who was successful. What was it about Sunny Deol that is exciting? What is it about Chichi, that Govinda that works? Why is Akshay doing and ticking the way he is? Or why is Jackie Dada doing or Sanju doing? That's where you learn, and that process of learning happened there. So I guess I was lucky, I was blessed. There was this X factor. I had the body, nobody had that kind of a body. But then to last in films, you have to act. And I learned acting along the way. So, that's how I fought back.
And so from what you said, I'm kind of gauging that you were mentally and physically fit at the same time. And I strongly believe that physical health has a huge impact on mental health. And I just want to know not your workout routine, because I don't think any of
No, but first, for every young parent out here, physical health is very, very important. From probably age 1 and age 2. Even if it's about dribbling the ball, you need to know the hand-eye coordination. Just simple dribbling or catching is hand-eye coordination. And then sport teaches you to win, teaches you to lose, teaches you, to be mentally very, very strong. And I think that is what growing up is all about. Being out there, facing the real world, and I think that's where my strength comes from. Martial arts, my martial arts background, Sensai Purvey's mystery, making me aware of my strengths and making sure that I don't misuse that strength. The patience, the consistency of training, waking up in the morning, so all the happy hormones out there for me to feel better. So I don't know. I know failure. I've seen failure, but I always say I'm on a high horse. I never look behind. I never did. Never did. I took failure in my stride also. And yes, to this day, I am extremely consistent with what I do. I am disciplined, and discipline for me is freedom, because you pay a price for discipline. And that price could be boring at times, but doing the same thing again and again and again and again, and that's why Virat Kohli, because you do it again and again and again. It's so monotonous that you don't know what you're doing at one time, but then you say, no, I need to do it, and that's the price you pay, and that's freedom for me. I do the things that I love, and the minute I don't do it, I think that's when you talk about, anxiety, depression hitting you, because you overthink. And overthinking, again, is the biggest problem when it comes to the generation today. I mean, overthinking gets you to do a lot. It's like, being on a rocking chair. But you get something to do, but it takes you nowhere. So, little things, consistency of training, work, relationships, offline, staying offline, being with nature. That's what I'm all about.
Oh, so that's like an ideal utopia of like how I'd want my life to look like. But what about those days where you're going strong, you're consistent, you're disciplined, and you just have that one day where you slip up? And
that has to happen. That happens.
What do you tell yourself to get back up?
You talk to people. You need to talk to people. Me and Mana are consistently talking about everything. Athiya, me, Ahan, me, we're consistently talking about failure. I mean, I was very happy that Athiya and Ahan both chose to join the industry. I was never worried about success. The only thing I said was, would you be able to take failure? Because that Friday hits and hits really hard. So you need to talk to people. And like I said, you've constantly got to work on yourself. And working on yourself means right from eating right, to sleeping right, to training right. These are the simple things, but I mean, that's been my journey. So I don't know anything else. I don't know anything, else. I'm not, for me, media meant text messaging. Today it's multimedia. It was the pager then. That was the only thing that worked for us. And that's the only language that I know, that I know. And this is the only way I know. That's why I keep telling young parents, put that child in a sport. Let him be out there. Let them learn to win. Let them learn to lose. Let them learn to be a part of a team. Because then you're never alone, no? And it's only when you're alone and lonely is when you overthink.
Yeah, and I think whenever I listen to interviews of people that I've looked up to or idolized, I've always heard this one saying where they always say it's lonely at the top. But compared to what you're saying, it's both of them don't match. Like, so you're saying it doesn't have to be lonely at the top and you can have it all?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It doesn't have to. Lonely at the top is because of the competition, and people are going to talk. And people are going to continue to talk, but that should never matter to us. It should never matter to us. And that's why, on your journey up there, the more people you take along, the stronger team that you have, makes a hell of a lot of difference. A hell of a lot of difference. whichever industry. And if you believe that I've peaked and I'm going to, and if you look at the rest of the journey as failure, that's not the way to look at it. I don't look at it that way. When I've seen a good 20, 22 years in the industry. It's over 30 years now. But there's another side of me. Yeah. Now that's come about. I've got that love. It generally, the media forgets. Once you're past your prime, you're done with. But then I evolved, I learned. I got those 4 precious years with my father, who was unwell and bedridden. And I got those 4 years to spend with him. And those 4 years was probably the best years of my life. And probably that's where I got the strength from.
And you also come from a time where a 70-hour work week is the norm, right?
Yeah.
So I guess, like, a better question would be, how did you possibly find time to do it all? Because I think like my mom, the biggest problem my mom has with me is the fact that I don't call her back sometimes, which is very rare, but that I don't call her back or that I don't have time to FaceTime them for like 2 hours a day because none of our conversations get over in 1 hour. How do you balance a 70-hour work week and also have an acting career, also be an entrepreneur, also look like you're 20 years old, like also have a fitness regime? Like, come on, I just want to eat pizza and like cry about my issues. Like, how do you...
We did all that.
Don't take the last part seriously. Like,
we did all that. We had the pizza too and realized that it doesn't work, that body. When they are asking for a body shot, then you say, no, I need 6 months, before I give that body shot. So discipline. And probably...
Sir, how to discipline? Like, how? Like, I just give it to me, I guess. Like, I don't, like, give us, like, what are you saying to yourself? Are you like, Suniel, you're the hottest guy.
Get obsessed with yourself. Get obsessed with that body of yours. Get obsessed with working out. It'll all fall into place. Trust me.
So
that is the discipline that we all need, that we need to wake up in the morning, go to that gym, play that sport, be active, be on the move, and it'll all start falling into place. Because the minute you start working out, you realize, why am I working out if I'm going to be eating junk? Then you stop eating junk or you control eating junk. And then you see that improvement in your body. So, people keep asking that why do bodybuilders or people who train always look in the mirror? They need to look into the mirror to make sure that they're achieving the goal that they want to achieve. So start doing that and you'll see the difference. Trust me. The minute it is, oh yeah, get up, when we want to, work when we want to, work from home. For certain people, yes, that works, work from home and everything else. But otherwise, being there, meeting people, learning, interacting, understanding teams, people, mindsets, important.
Do you journal, visualize, manifest any of the new age techniques to achieve what you want, I guess? Law of attraction. Are any of these words something you've heard before or care about?
Anti-aging. That's the only thing I'm trying to manifest.
So I have a PR idea for you.
I'm
You should
trying
start a skincare line. Anyway,
no, seriously. What I'm trying to do is trying to understand through Ayurveda, through natural processes, how can you can't reverse aging, but you can slow down the process of aging.
You're actually telling me anti-aging. Okay, sorry. Yeah,
actually,
I thought you were going to talk about...
No, actually, that's the only thing I'm focused on right now, because that gives me the strength to do everything. And when people come and appreciate you for that, you start focusing on that even more.
Right.
And then everything falls into place when it comes to that.
What do you eat in a day?
My food is breakfast, good breakfast, 3 meals a day, and I quantify my food. I quantify the amount of oil that goes into my food. I balance the carbohydrates, the proteins, the good fats. Sounds very complex, but it's not. If you see what I'm eating, it's according to the activity that I'm involved in the week, during the week. If I have a very heavy week when it comes to action, then I'll up the carbs and the Mangalorean rice a little bit, and cut down the other things. So it's just a balance of diet and food that is available anywhere and everywhere. 28 states, 9 union territories, such beautiful cuisine all over. It's just that I balance the quantity and the quality.
I just remembered how when you were saying I want to balance the carbs, I remember saying that to my mom one time and she said, there's sambar rice, you eat it or you starve. So I just ate sambar rice. Anyway.
I eat my sambar rice every afternoon. Every lunch is all about sambar rice or whatever rice, but rice
with
for sure.
Protein on the side. With protein.
You have to balance your protein. It depends on how. Now you want a good body, you want to look younger, you want a healthy lifestyle, you want to put in that 10, 12, 14 hours of work, you need a clear gut. Everybody believes it's in the mind. I believe it's in the gut. Once your gut is right, everything falls into place. Work falls into place. Work hours fall into place. You're in a better mood. You have a headache. You have acidity. You have acid reflux. Everything then impacts work, which includes sleep hours.
You know, I read this beautiful quote in a book which said, winners and losers have the same goals, but the only difference between winners and losers are that the winners have systems and processes and losers just have goals, right?
Absolutely.
And I think everything you're saying just reaffirmed that statement. It's from this book called Atomic Habits by James Clear. I'm as basic as it gets, but everything you're saying just aligns with that, and that's so beautiful. Switching gears a little bit, where do you put your money, sir? Where can I put my money? Where are we investing?
When I was an actor, real estate. I believed in real estate, and because there was not too much to take care of, you invested with the right person, and in land, and it grew. Now startups. I had this opportunity because we do a small show called Horses Stable, and work a lot with Niti Aayog, Atal Incubation Mission, and help us with startups, and we connect them to VCs. And when that is happening, the team briefs me about the kind of startups that there are and founders to watch out for. And so it's easy.
I fully thought you'd say, I just ask them to play act Shark Tank in my house and then I decide where to put money.
Absolutely.
I would fully show up at your house with like a safety pin that's not a safety pin, but could be,
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that's how I do it, and a few of them have been successful. I was always someone. Not that many brands came to me, but a lot of startups did come to me, and at times when they ask you, what is the kind of money you take, the first thing I'd say is, are you willing to let go of equity? So I was probably one of the first few actors who played the game of equity and rose with these founders, with these startups. And if you invest right, that's the opportunity today sportsmen and celebrities do have. Because running a business now is impossible, with the kind of work hours, the kind of work that you do, the kind of stress. It's very difficult. It's better to back people. And that world exists today. It never did earlier. Earlier you knew if you I've dabbled in so much and lost so much.
Just because they came and waved at me and I have to wrap this up, I have one more question for you. Have you achieved everything you've ever wanted? Because I feel like when people ask me what your wildest dreams are, I have like a few. But is anything left, sir? Is anything left for you to conquer?
A solo Suniel Shetty film, which is successful. Reasonably successful at the box office. Get back to where I started and say, there's success now, bye-bye. And I think now you live your dream through the kids here. I wanted to play for the country. I probably manifested that son of mine who's playing now, Ahan in the movies, so I'm fine. They're happy, I'm happy, and nobody else. Box office success for sure.
Sir, I don't know about box office success, that's on you, but if you want a video that'll break the internet, I got you. Having said that, thank you so much. I don't think I'm supposed to do the outro, but I don't know how to end this. You guys have been lovely. That's my set. This is not stand up. So somebody please interject and take over. Thank you.
Lovely talking to you.
Oh, wait, sorry, before you take over, sir, it's been an honor. See, clearly, I've just foot-and-mouth situations. Thank you. I think I made this whole session more about what I wanted to learn from you, and I just think you're one of the most inspiring people out there, and everything, your journey, your discipline, your motivation, your drive to achieve things, and I get that you're wonderfully beautiful to look at, but just I can tell you're a good human simply because you don't have time to be anything else. And I love that for you, and I love that I had this opportunity to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Niharika. Thank you, Suniel, sir. And we have got some great takeaways. Failure is just part of life. And a mental note for me, I have to exercise. So, hope to see you both collab someday. Okay. What a great start to the evening. जब आगाज ऐसा है तो अंजाम बहुत ही अच्छा होगा because we have a lot in store. And ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Moneycontrol's Chandra R. Shrikant, Editor Technology, Startups and New Economy, Moneycontrol on stage for our next conversation. We now have someone representing a platform that has been a game changer for the creator economy. India is the second largest market for this platform, and over 60% of the platform's watch time in India comes from rural areas. Can you imagine a day without a viral YouTube video or shorts? I cannot. We are delighted to have with us Ishan John Chatterjee, Director India YouTube. Please join me in welcoming him on stage. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you for that, Mariam. Ishan, thanks to you, we waste a lot of time on YouTube, but we also learn a lot. No, but I'm just kidding. It's an absolute pleasure to have Ishan from YouTube. And like Mariam said, YouTube's really powering the creator economy in India. In fact, I was just going through some statistics. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I was really stunned when I saw these numbers. So YouTube's creative ecosystem contributed more than 16,000 crore to India's GDP in 2022. It supported more than 7.5 lakh full-time jobs, and more than 1.2 million creators and partners in India employ other people to work on their YouTube channel. And 2 in 3 creators in India who earn money from YouTube agree that YouTube is their primary source of revenue. I mean, Ishan, that's just stunning. You know, it's not just an entertainment platform or something else, but there is something far more disruptive happening here. So take us through the creator momentum that you are seeing in India as YouTube's top boss here. What's driving it? What are the forces powering the creator momentum?
Chandra, first of all, thank you for having me here. If it makes you feel any better, I also spend way too much time on YouTube that I should. Look, we are celebrating 15 years of YouTube in the country this year. And our journey as a platform, in many ways, has mirrored India's own digital transformation and the growth of the creator economy. If you'll indulge me for a second, we launched in India in 2008. And at that time, it was the traditional media companies that really embraced YouTube and started the first few channels.
That's right.
It was actually in 2011 when we launched the YouTube Partner Program that we really saw creators come into their own, because it was for the first time then that creators could make money on the platform. And then now if you look to today, we have hundreds of thousands of creators on YouTube, as you just mentioned, who are earning a living, who have a megaphone and a personal stage on the platform. And we are very focused on making sure that we are the best possible platform for our creators. Now, you reeled off a number of very impressive statistics there. one thing I would like to call out is one of the big things that we do to try and make sure that we are that best platform is that we help creators monetize. We help them build sustainable businesses and really convert their passions into professions. Now, there are a couple of ways we do that. The first, of course, is all the earnings that they have on the platform itself. We are very focused on providing creators with a diverse range of monetization options. Of course, there's ads, we have subscriptions products, we have other products like channel memberships, and we also allow fans to contribute directly to their favorite creators through fan funding options. But then over and above that, thanks to their presence on YouTube, a lot of creators also make money off-platform through things like brand partnerships or live shows. And if you take all these sources of revenue together, they're not just supporting the income and the jobs of creators themselves, but they're supporting the wider activity in the overall supply chain. And through their workers' earnings, they're impacting the entire economy. And this has a very positive ripple impact across the full economy. So going back to some of those numbers, Oxford Economics, which did that study, found that in 2022, YouTube contributed 16,000 crores to India's GDP and supported that 7.5 lakh full-time jobs. And maybe I'll give you an example of how that actually comes to life. We have a creator called Radhakrishnan Chekyat, who is a professional photographer. And he started his own YouTube channel many years ago because he felt like there was a real need to have that kind of content for budding photographers. He started a channel called Pixel Village, which today has just under 1 million subscribers. But the success of his YouTube channel then helped him start an offline academy where he now runs where he runs courses for budding photographers and helps them realize their dreams. And if you look at that entire journey, that's the kind of contribution that YouTube makes in the overall economy. So for us, we are very excited about the growth that has happened so far over these last 15 years, but we think that YouTube is only getting started now, especially with all this growth coming from all parts of the country.
Right. Hope all creators are taking notes because I am going to ask you a lot about monetization and the various streams that you have. But, before that, India for long has been one of YouTube's largest and fastest growing markets. But how has its significance, had an impact in formulating the strategy that you have for India? Because we've seen India sometimes build products that Google sometimes takes for the rest of the world. We saw that in payments. But how has India influenced your strategy for YouTube?
India is a very critical market for YouTube. You mentioned again some of the statistics over there, even when it comes to our global presence. If I look at some of our most recent launches, a lot of it has come to market working specifically towards the Indian user. A good example of that is the launch of YouTube Shorts, which is our short-form video content.
Right.
India was one of the first markets where YouTube Shorts was launched. And the reason is because we are a mobile-first country with a lot of young people, all of whom now increasingly have smartphones in their pockets. And we felt that the short-form video as a category would help democratize access, not just to consumption, but also to creation. So that is one example, a very big example of how India is driving our global strategy. And what that is leading to actually is a lot of the growth that you mentioned earlier. So in the mid-2010s, when data prices started to drop, when telcos started to drop those prices and prices of smartphones started to come down, we started to see a very different kind of Indian come to YouTube. An Indian who is not from a metro, non-urban, who spoke languages other than English and Hindi. And now if you look at the pandemic, that trend has only continued over the last few years. And now with the launch of Shorts, we have a lot more casual creation. Nowadays, everybody on their phone, you have a mini production studio right in your pocket. The minute you pick it up.
All us journalists are worried, I can tell you. Everybody is a journalist today thanks to YouTube.
Yeah, and actually it's led to a lot of access to a lot of people, but lots of journalists also who have taken to the platform and who have built their own channels. We have some very, very successful YouTube channels of journalists themselves. But what I was saying is that because of that launch that was India first, Shorts, it's led to casual creation. That casual creation is now leading to people from all parts of the country who are non-English speakers, non-Hindi speakers, who are creating content, and that's breathing a lot of life into very well-established genres on YouTube and is definitely impacting the kinds of language that content is now available on the platform.
Which brings me to my next question. Is there a change in the way people consume content based on the devices they use? For instance, do they consume YouTube Shorts on mobile, and long form YouTube on television. And the second part of my question again, you told us about how creation is taking off in India beyond the metros, regional creators. In fact, we are going to have Madan Gauri, a huge creator on YouTube from Tamil Nadu today or at our summit. But again, these two trends, if you can tell us about.
Yeah.
The creation beyond metros. I remember there was this very popular Tamil Nadu-based cooking channel that became viral, and then Rahul Gandhi visited them and
Right, exactly.
so on.
Yeah.
But take us through these two trends.
Sure. So in terms of some of the formats that you mentioned before, actually YouTube on the living room has been our fastest growing surface in India for the last 5 years. And the nature of content that's consumed on it is pretty much what you see on mobile devices, but leans slightly towards the more polished, more premiumized type of formats. At the same time, thanks to technology that's now available on your smartphone, we also see a lot of casual creation and consumption of shorts. So it's really interesting to see consumption growing on both ends of the spectrum, short-form video on your mobile device and more premium content on living room devices. And we expect, again, that trend to continue to grow, because as smartphone prices drop, there's a whole new set of creators who are coming onto the internet for the first time, and we expect them to come onto YouTube and to start creating again. And on the connected TV side, as fixed line broadband improves, as the cost of smart TVs continue to drop, what happened with mobile devices we expect will happen with living room screens also. So we also expect connected TV growth to continue. On your second question about regional creators, for all of you here, Madan Gauri is an amazing creator, so please make sure you ask him lots of questions. He's definitely one of our star creators on YouTube. Because people, actually let me take a step back. On YouTube, there's no denying or doubt that Indians love video. And a lot of that reason probably comes from our history of cinema and music. You just heard Suniel talk about Bollywood, and while that is true, I think video as a medium also transcends literacy barriers. You don't need to be able to speak English or write Hindi in order to be able to consume or seek out information. And as a result of that, you're getting all these people coming onto the platform for the first time from all different parts of the country. And that is driving the growth in existing genres that have been on YouTube for a long time: beauty, tech, comedy, gaming, but with a different lens, with a different language. But it's also creating new genres which are coming up. So for example, there's a whole new set of science and facts-based creators coming up. There's an interest in Indian culture, poetry, shairi, but also interestingly, going back to your point, rural cooking is another niche trend that's coming up. We have a creator called Pushparani Sarkar in West Bengal. She's an 80-year-old grandmother, and her channel is all about recipes that she's cooking in her village in West Bengal. And the other channel that you mentioned, the Village Cooking Channel, was the first Tamil channel to cross 10 million subscribers on YouTube. So there really is a lot of demand for this kind of very niche content that's coming up.
Amazing. You touched upon monetization, and that in fact is one of our themes this evening. Beyond revenue sharing based on ads, you spoke about other forms for creators, subscriptions. I think you introduced super message and stickers and so on. How are those doing for creators, apart from the brand collabs that they end up doing?
Yeah, the YouTube Partner Program is the umbrella program that governs all the monetization options that our creators have. And as I said earlier, our focus is on providing creators the most diverse range of monetization options that are available, so that the creators can, based on their own unique type of content, the kind of relationship that they're creating with their community, the use cases that they're trying to address, they have various options to pick and choose from. We are primarily still an ads-based platform, which is revenue sharing, as you said, but all the other options that you just described are all doing well in India and are contributing significantly to creator earnings. Subscriptions, channel memberships, and the last one, which is fan funding, are options where fans themselves can contribute directly to creators and pay them through super chat, super thanks, which we now launched in India. But the other big one that I would say that we launched earlier this year is monetization on shorts. As I mentioned earlier, shorts consumption is really going through is really increasing very significantly in India, and so making sure that our creators now monetize that content is a big focus area for us.
How's it working out, monetization on shorts?
It's going well. Can't complain. since we launched in February, it's still early days. It's only been 6 or 7 months. But every month since we launched, we're seeing the overall amount of money that's coming into our creators from shorts grow month on month. So it's going
Nothing
well.
scales like video, I guess. But, I have to ask you about AI and generative AI. What's the opportunity that AI brings to creators? I think you also launched a few tools recently to sort of help creators. But, what kind of opportunity does it throw up, and what kind of concerns does it throw up for creators?
It's an exciting time that we all live in. YouTube has always been a platform where creators of all levels of experience and all backgrounds can express themselves. Now, with technology and specifically with some of the generative AI capabilities that are now coming on board, we would like to continue to help creators push the boundaries of creative expression by making difficult things easy and by making what would have been considered impossible possible. I'll give you a few examples. You referenced a few AI-enabled features and technologies that we recently launched. And maybe I can take you through a few to give you an example of what we think, what impact it might have. The first thing is that we think that AI will really help us push the boundaries of creative expression. We launched a feature called Dream Screen recently, which is still in beta, but will now be rolled out globally next year. And what that does is, if you're a creator, with a simple text prompt, you can create an AI-generated image or video as your background in a YouTube short with just an image. So you can imagine saying something like, 3 dragons flying over Taj Land's End at sunset. And that is possible that it will just be created for you in a few seconds. But imagine the amount of effort that it would have taken previously in order to generate that kind of a background. So we do think it will bring a lot of creativity into the process and make it much easier for people to create very interesting content. The second big area that we think AI will help in going forward is to remove the friction in the creation process. And an example of that is we also launched a world-class mobile editing app for videos called YouTube Create, and that offers a whole set of very advanced editing tools, precision matching, beat matching, precision trimming, and a whole suite of features and filters that are now just available on your device. And the best part about it is the price. It's free and available on all Android devices, again coming, going to be expanded next year. And the final thing that we think it will really work is AI is going to help us connect our creators to newer audiences. And an example of that is the third announcement we made around an AI-powered dubbing tool called Aloud. And what Aloud does is you can take an English language video and dub it automatically into different languages. Now, at the moment, this is only available in English, Portuguese, and Spanish, but it will be expanded to different languages.
Will we see this happening in Indian languages? Because it's obviously a huge opportunity.
Exactly.
And I think Google's also talking about working with Bhashani, with the government of India.
So it's not available just yet, but it's coming
So you
in
can
the
make
future.
the announcement here. There are a lot of creators in the room from various states. When can we see this happening in Indian languages?
I don't have an exact date just yet, but you can imagine what a priority this is for us. Because if you think of it, if you were a creator and if you were making Tamil content, if you're Madan Gauri, your content is restricted to the people who speak that language, Tamil. But if you are able to now, with these tools, convert your content into any language, then the world is truly your oyster. So it really is a very key focus for us. Now, with all these things being said, taken together, we think AI will really help us continue to democratize access for creators to be able to create easily, and hopefully that will continue to make YouTube their preferred platform.
Right. A few days ago, we published a report about how India played a crucial role in developing Google's Tensor chip. In a similar vein, what role do you see India playing in YouTube's generative AI efforts? The team that you have here, the engineers that you have here, what role will they play in your generative AI efforts?
I don't think the role that they will play specifically on Gen AI will be any different from the role they play for YouTube overall. We have teams here in India that are working very hard to deliver for our creators, for our users and advertisers. I think that will continue across all our different product areas, across formats, and across all our different creator types. So I do think India is an important market and will continue to be an important market that will influence our strategy.
Right. Ishan, you spoke about the opportunities in AI, the disruptions that we are seeing, but these significant breakthroughs also bring with them, a lot of risks. People are already talking about deepfakes when it comes to video. How are you preparing for this? And you spoke about a dubbing tool. People are already using an AI cloning tool to make these AI Modi memes on Instagram and YouTube, where he's singing Bollywood songs and everything in his voice. So how are you going to tackle this flood of, deep fake content that's going to come on your platform?
Yeah, Chandra, I'm happy you asked me this question because it's something that's very important to us. Now, we've spoken about all the opportunities and all the growth.
Right.
But nothing is more important to us at YouTube than making sure that the platform is safe and secure for our viewers, for our creators, for our advertisers. And I just want to spend a bit of time to explain why that is so core to our strategy. It's not part of our strategy, it is our strategy. Our mission is to give everyone a voice and to show them the world. When we realize that mission, great things happen in different economies and societies, and you're seeing the impact that it's had on the creator economy so far. For that to happen and for us to realize the mission, we have three broad stakeholder sets who need to be really working at full throttle. Our creators, our advertisers, and our users, our viewers. All these three stakeholders do not benefit in any way from having a platform that is not safe and secure. So it is really existential and core to us to make sure that we are keeping the platform safe. Now, with that overall context, coming to your question, the way we do it is we do it in three ways. The first is we remove content that violates our community guidelines. Now, we have very well-established community guidelines that dictate what kind of content is allowed on our platform and what's not. Those range from things like graphic violence, violent extremism, hate speech, etc. And to your question about how technology has impacted it, we have significant resources invested from an AI and ML perspective in order to be able to identify this content and strike it down. Now, a vast majority of the content that we take down on YouTube is actually identified by machine learning algorithms, by machines, and not by human intervention already. So that's the first big thing that we do, but it's not the only thing. The second thing we do is we try and connect users with authoritative information that comes from credible sources. And we invest in our products and our partnerships in order to be able to do that. So if you go into YouTube and you see a breaking news shelf, or when you search on YouTube and you see the top search results, or you look at your next recommended videos, there's a lot of investment in machine learning and AI that goes to suggesting content that is credible and comes from an authoritative source. And the third thing that we do is we reward creators and we set a higher bar for that. So it's not that anybody who comes onto YouTube starts making money. We have a high bar, and you have to comply with all the YouTube Partner Program policies in order to be able to monetize. And we constantly review that list to make sure that creators who are monetizing on the platform are creating content that is safe and secure and in line with our community guidelines. So it's a combination of these three factors that we use constantly in order to try and keep the platform safe. But having said that, there are always new things that keep coming up, as you've just pointed out, and we are determined to use and update our systems, processes, our products in order to make sure that we are still meeting these threats.
Right. You've actually led me to my next question, Ishan. One thing or one regulation that people are anticipating in India from a tech policy standpoint is a Digital India Act. And one aspect of that is, the government may rethink safe harbor rules, which basically protects platforms like yours. You're not liable for the content posted there because of these safe harbor rules. But the government is, thinking about that on a case-by-case basis, that it will not be a blanket protection. They will take a call. How are you preparing for that? What happens if the government tinkers with the safe harbor rules that protect platforms like yours?
The first thing I'd say is we share a common agenda with the government for an internet that is safe, open, and trusted for all Indians. And we support regulation that is fair and balanced, that promotes innovation and competition and keeps user protections at its core. Now, specifically when you're talking about the Digital India Act, we'll have to wait to see what comes out, and of course we will engage with all the stakeholders in order to make sure that we engage with them constructively. But on safe harbor, look, it's a foundational principle on which the internet has been built, and in many ways it supports user access to information and content that exists online. And therefore, we think that it requires a thoughtful, considered approach as we're considering all of it. But as Digital India, the Act comes out, we will continue to engage with the government.
Right. We're shortly going to hear from Mr. Narayan, who is a member of SEBI, the market regulator. And one thing that SEBI has been doing of late is, the action that they've been taking against finfluencers, and some of these finfluencers have a huge presence on YouTube. In fact, I think Mr. Narayan wrote an order last week about one such finfluencer who was a bad actor. Now, I understand that you can't be held liable for all the content that finfluencers put out. But is there something more that YouTube can do, especially when, this involves people parking their savings, their life's investments, based on something someone is saying on YouTube? That person is not even a registered investment advisor. People have lost, nearly their life savings, and they can't do anything about it. What can you do as a platform?
I think, Chandra, this goes back to the framework that I mentioned before. It's against each of these three things that we will continue to invest in order to address that specific use case as well. If the content is violative of our community guidelines and it is blatantly illegal, we will remove it. We will constantly try and raise authoritative voices to connect people to better information. And the third thing is monetization is a big plus side, is an upside for creators when they work on YouTube, and that's the third lever that we have at our disposal. And we will use all three of them in order to address this.
Right. We're coming to the final 5 minutes. So for all the creators in this room, if you have to pass on some tips and tricks on how to become massive on YouTube, what would you say?
I don't know if I'm the best
Without
person
playing with the trust of viewers.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm the best person to answer that. I'm sure if you ask Madan or one of the creators who are coming on board, they'll have a much better answer than me of what it takes to be successful.
But you're the person with all the algorithms, so you can tell us a few things that you do at the back end.
If you ask the creators, they'll know
why do some videos work and some don't?
If you ask the creators, they'll know that that's not true, that I have absolutely no influence whatsoever on the algorithm or anything like that. But the one thing, going to your question, that I would say is, the creators who really break out and do very well are the creators who are truly, truly authentic. And what you see on screen is how they are in real life as well. And it's not the algorithm, going back to your point, that is determining what is authentic and what is not. It's the person who's actually viewing it. And that would be my, if there was any advice, that's a single piece of advice I'd give to upcoming creators. Be yourself.
That you also have to put yourself out there.
Yeah, exactly. It takes effort, right? It takes years and years of effort. You ask all the creators who've come on board. It's very rare that you'll find a creator who just comes on, breaks out, and it's an overnight success. YouTube especially, because of the way the communities are structured, you need to keep at it. You need to upload regularly. You need to build your community. You need to engage with them. But once you do, it really becomes like a close-knit family, and that takes time.
Right. 3 quick questions for you, Ishan. Who's your go-to YouTube creator? I've put you in a spot there.
Yeah. I have so many favorite creators. I have to be careful of what I say over here. But now, given that it's World Cup season, my current favorite at the moment is Ravichandran Ashwin. He's got a fantastic YouTube channel. He did a recent collaboration with Harsha Bhogle called Kutti Stories. If anyone has seen it, it traces the history of Indian cricket right from 1975 till today. It's just an amazing, amazing piece of content.
Yeah, I think Ashwin is an amazing creator. And I think the fact that he's bilingual also helps, the way he's able to transition from English and Tamil. 3 tips to make it on YouTube.
Be authentic. Try and be creative with how you express yourself, and be resilient and keep at it.
Right. Finally, what's the last short or YouTube video you saw?
I'm trying to be a better runner. and so I follow a number of different running channels, and so the one I saw this morning was about how to use heart rate training in order to improve your endurance running.
Great. On that note, Ishan, thank you very much for talking to us at the Creator Economy.
Thank you.
Some key insights we have received from Ishan, and I hope you guys are continuing posting using hashtag MC Creator Summit. And Ishan's insights have given us a way forward on how the creator economy is likely to shape up in the country. Also, during the conversation, Chandra mentioned about financial influencers, and that brings me to my next session. So far, we have heard from the creator, and we have heard the platform view as well. It's now time to hear from the regulator. With great success comes great accountability, and greater the influence, greater the duty. While financial influencers, or popularly known as finfluencers, have played a role in educating young investors, there is no question that there have been bad actors who have overhyped returns and underplayed risk. In fact, market regulator SEBI took action against two such bad actors recently. Does PR Sundar and BAP of chart ring a bell? To hear more about what SEBI's views are when it comes to the world of influencing, we are privileged to welcome on stage Mr. Anant Narayan Gopalakrishnan, who took charge as whole-time member, Securities and Exchange Board of India last year. Please join me in welcoming sir. Please. A round of applause.
Hi, good evening everybody, and thank you to Moneycontrol for inviting me here. And I feel a little out of place with all these fantastic creators here. I'm not a creative person, that's why I'm a regulator. What I thought I'll do though is give you a bit of a regulatory perspective and tell you a little bit about SEBI and what we do for a living and how we look at you creators and where you fit in. SEBI actually, the founding act which governs us is something called the SEBI Act of 1992. Okay? So if you read that act, the starting is the preamble, which talks about the three pillars based on which SEBI's mandate is defined. The three pillars are investor protection, market development, and market regulation. You put the three together, and the actual mandate is not really regulation or policing. You know, we are often called a policeman of the securities market. It goes well beyond that. It's actually capital formation. It's ensuring that the ecosystem results in capital formation. We need good things to happen. So while even the introduction talked about us being police people and coming out with orders and all of that, that's only part of our job. Yes, a part of our job is to ensure that bad things don't happen the way we see them. But another big part of our job is to ensure that good things do happen, or at least not come in the way of good things happening. The two go together. Now, we are in a very exciting time, as you all know, when it comes to this whole journey of capital formation. And it's been an incredible journey over the last few years, again, helped to a large extent by the way in which we formalized our economy. So in March 2020, we had about 2.2 crore people who were mutual fund subscribers, unique number of subscribers. Today, that number has crossed 4 crores. In March 2020, there were about 4.2 crore unique people who had demat accounts. Today, that number is over 9.1 crores. In March 2020, if I remember correctly, our mutual fund assets under management was about 25 lakh crores. Today, that number is closer to 47 lakh crores. Within that, individuals held about 12 lakh crores. That number has gone up to 27.5 lakh crores. So it's been an incredible journey as far as more and more people coming into the securities market ecosystem, more and more people being aware of mutual funds, of portfolio management services, of alternate investment funds, and so on and so forth. So the shift away from fixed deposits-based savings into security market-based saving, which in turn facilitates capital formation, is definitely ongoing. But while we celebrate all this, there is absolutely no room for complacency. First, the opportunities in front of us are amazingly high. So while we celebrate 4 crore mutual fund subscribers, the number of PAN numbers which have a linkage to Aadhaar, which means unique PAN numbers linked to Aadhaar, are 51 crore. So look at the gap that we have in terms of where we have to go, right? Similarly, 26 lakh crore or 27.5 lakh crore of individual investments into mutual funds sounds like a great number, but there's 33 lakh crores of currency in circulation. There's 196 lakh crore of fixed deposits even today, deposits and current account and savings account even today. So this number as well has a long, long way to go. So the opportunity in front of us is just amazing, which is where education comes in. And education is very, very close to our heart. We need good quality financial education to go through so that more and more people can come into the securities market ecosystem, right? So while we talk about orders, we talk about action taken by SEBI, make no mistake, we want education to happen, right? That is the underlying principle which is required for capital formation. Now, the question comes as to what kind of education and what constitutes good education, what delves into not good education and what goes into outright fraud. And that's the distinction that we've got to make. This is, by the way, an evolving space. So here is my 2 bits to you. SEBI is also a very, very consultative regulator. The way in which we form regulations or the way in which we actually take up a stance is through a very, very consultative manner. We have advisory committees comprising experts which advise us. We put out papers for public consultation. When you see some of these, please respond to them. We read every single reply that comes in. It's required. It has to be ticked that this particular reply has been seen. Okay? We take into account all the consultation, the responses. We take it to our board where there are lots of deliberations which happen. So the whole process is very, very interactive. So this is a space which is evolving, but I can share with you some of our thoughts as far as this space of education and where does it go into a queasy area is concerned. So here is what before I became a regulator, I was an educator myself. I was a teacher for about 5 years. So here's what I learned from research papers when it came to investments and how do you manage your finances. There's this lovely paper by Barber and Odion of 2001, which I think it's provocatively called Men Will Be Men, Gender Bias, Overconfidence, and Investing in Common Stock Securities. It's a long name like that. So it raises the question, who make better investors, men or women? And no prizes for guessing, the answer is women. And it actually goes through 35,000 accounts, the US broking system, to do this research and come out with the answer. It then goes on to, don't beat me up for this. This is what the research paper says. I'm merely quoting to you what that paper says. It finds the reason why women tend to do better than men when it comes to investing is that behaviorally, again, I'm not saying this, the paper says so, behaviorally, the women are less confident, therefore they trade less, therefore they lose less. The men, behaviorally, apparently, are more confident, therefore they trade more, and therefore they lose more. Like most casinos in the world, the house always wins. So, again, this is not me saying this is a research paper saying this, and it's a peer-reviewed paper, right? So the point is, one of the peer-reviewed research advice that comes across is don't do too much of trading. Right? I don't see too many, YouTube videos or other forms of education emphasizing what is considered to be a fairly universal truth in most of the research community. By the way, we are testing this data for India as well. As a regulator, we have access to a humongous amount of data. We are trying to test that out. Preliminary reports using intraday trading do indeed show that the more you trade, the less you make. We will wait for the peer review to happen of the numbers before we actually share the numbers with you, but it's fairly statistically significant that there is a strong correlation between overtrading and lower returns. You're already probably aware of another research that we did in January of earlier this year. We came out with that. That was a peer-reviewed research as well, which showed that 89% of individual traders in the futures and options market, in the derivatives market in India, lose money. Again, buttressing the fact that the more you trade, the less you make. There is another part of this research-based education, again quoting research papers. Let me see if I can remember the names of the authors. There's something called a paper by Brinson, Hood, and B. Bauer, which came out in 1986. A lot of wealth managers quote this. What this goes on to show is that if you take different portfolios of securities, right? So you have portfolio 1, portfolio 2, portfolio 3, let's say asset managers and their portfolios. They have variations in their returns, right? Somebody makes more, somebody makes less, somebody is in between, and so on and so forth. What this paper shows is that the variation in returns across portfolios is largely explained not by choice of security, not by timing the market. It's aaj niche hai, khareed lo, kal upar hai, bech do, not because of that. It's explained, over 90% is explained by something called asset allocation. All you have to do is decide, I'm going to put 20% in large cap, 10% in mid cap, 30% in real estate, 40% or whatever. You choose your asset allocation, your return is pretty much decided. You choosing and saying, oh, this stock looks undervalued, let me buy this. This stock looks overvalued, let me sell it, accounts for less than 3% of the variation in the return. So put all of this together, again, peer-reviewed research seems to suggest, find out what your risk appetite is. For that risk appetite, put together a portfolio that maximizes your return, which is do the asset allocation, and then do nothing. That is your best chance of making or maximizing your gains, mathematically, statistically. I'm not saying you go and put out a YouTube video saying all of this. All I'm saying is these are research-reviewed papers, peer-reviewed papers, which as strongly as possible make this particular contention. We just don't see enough of finfluencer material saying this. We have plenty of material saying, here is a lovely strategy, buy this, sell this, and you know what, you're going to make X amount of return. By the way, one of the things that we studied was there are a lot of algos in the market right now, many of which are registered with the stock exchanges. At least the preliminary data shows that people who use algos for intraday trading lose even more than those who don't use them for intraday trading. But it's a preliminary data. Don't quote me on this, Mahalakshmi. We will come to the actual numbers after a peer review. The broad point being, we need people to come into the securities market, but we need them to be well informed. We are not a nanny state. We are not going to tell you what to buy, what not to buy, right? But if 9 out of 10 people in the futures and options market lose money, we want you to be aware of that. We want you to know what the odds are. That doesn't stop, everybody knows the house always wins. That doesn't stop people from going to Las Vegas. People still go. Your money, your hard-earned money, do what you wish to, but be aware of the odds. Which is why we have this irritating, pop-up coming up every time you try logging into a broker's system, telling you that 9 out of 10 people lose money. click on that, it's like a statutory warning telling you that cigarette smoking is injurious to your health. Thereafter, be my guest. We are not a nanny state. So the broad point being, we would love to see education go through, but we would love to see education backed by actual research, by actual data, with the interest of the end user, the consumer, the investor in mind. Why are we so concerned? Besides the fact that investor protection is the first pillar of our act, we're also concerned that there might actually be a breakdown in the trust in the ecosystem if you push the investor too much. You know, if you actually have too much of this, snake oil salespeople doing the rounds, and saying, promising that there is a pot of gold here that you just have to dig up and pull it up. Our entire journey of capital formation can be threatened if that edifice collapses. We want investors to come in, but we don't want them to come in with their eyes closed. We want them to come in with their eyes wide open so that they stay there and so that they grow the ecosystem and so that capital formation ensues, right? So we have tried to be careful in our regulations and in our interpretation of the regulations. If you read, and I would strongly advise those who are creating financial content to read the investment advisor regulations, to read the prevention of unfair trading practices and frauds regulation. We've been very, very clear as to what constitutes advice, what constitutes an investment advisor. Advice is anything to do with the securities market. If you're suggesting buy, sell, trade, so on and so forth, it is advice. By the way, it does not include advice given on television or on public media. Or if you write an article, that's not investment advice. If you provide investment advice for consideration, you are an investment advisor, whether you like it or not. If you are providing investment advice for consideration, you are an investment advisor, you are required to register yourself. And therefore, follow the regulations, the code of conduct that goes along with it. So, long story short, we need educators, we need good content creators, because this gospel of the securities market has to be passed on to a whole bunch of people who are not there as yet. But we want it to be done in a realistic, stable fashion. We don't want this to be a Pied Piper leading the mice, down to a wrong place. We want informed investors. The best form of investor protection is informed investors, and we want that to happen. And just to reiterate, we are consultative. Yes, we are a regulator, which means we sit in our ivory offices and our ivory towers and don't necessarily interact with you on a regular basis, but do reach out to us. A lot of this space about finfluencers and regulations around finfluencers, especially the middle area, is still evolving. It's not a done deal as yet. So help us create that regulated space where you can thrive doing the right things, and therefore we can see capital formation going through as well. I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, sir, for that insightful address. We request you to please stay on stage. Sir, please have a seat. We would like to take this forward with Anant, and to moderate this conversation, may I please invite on stage a person who has tracked the markets closely for decades. Please welcome Moneycontrol's N. Mahalakshmi. The next conversation is going to be on the lines of policy making and how SEBI is taking steps to monitor social media platforms for instances of misleading or fraudulent investment advice. Over to you, Mahalakshmi.
Thank you. So wonderful listening to you, as usual, Mr. Narayan. I thought of a different, set of questions, but after listening to you, I think I should lead differently. So, post-COVID especially, we've really patted ourselves in the back saying that there has been huge proliferation in terms of invested accounts. a huge number of, portfolios, demat account. More notably, the derivatives volume on stock exchanges have gone up tremendously. But as you rightly pointed out, and the study shows, that 89% of trades don't make money. Means all the money that is coming into derivatives market largely is not creating wealth. What is your idea of what is it that is going wrong? Because there is a lot of content that is getting created. Is it just that a lot of it is completely misguided and we need to rethink the way investor education is done entirely?
Thanks, Mahalakshmi. So let me clarify a few things. That 89% loss is actually by individual investors. We did not comment upon the institutional investors. 89% of individual investors lose money. Now, what is going wrong? Okay, look, it's not necessary that something is going wrong. So there are two things that regulators worry about when something like this happens. One is there a systemic risk? Which means, is there a bubble burst, waiting to burst somewhere, and will the whole system kind of collapse? There actually are margining systems that we have in our exchanges and our clearing corporation, which ensure that there is money behind every trade that's being put up, is actually extremely robust. And I would argue more robust than many other countries in the world. Because, we actually know what margin is required at an individual participant level. In most countries in the world, margin is kept at a broker level. Here, because we have data about individual people's PANs and their demat accounts, etc., we know what every individual needs to keep as margin, and it's ensured that that person has margin. So there is money backing the trade. It's not as if people are trading without the money in hand. Now, on the point about people losing money, etc., look, overall, people are making money in securities markets. Mutual funds have grown popular because they have provided returns over the years. Stock markets have provided returns over the year. We are talking here about people who are doing trading in futures and options. And I also mentioned something about intraday trading. This is a subset of the total number of participants in the overall market. So the ecosystem as a whole is generating wealth in the right way. And as I said, our job is not to play a nanny state. We're not telling people don't enter futures and options markets. Our job is to make sure there is disclosure of the risks, and then they participate. And that's fair game. If people are doing it for the thrill of the excitement of being in those markets, that's absolutely fine. So we are limiting our role to ensuring that financial stability is not at risk, and the overall numbers are still manageable, and finally that there is disclosure and investor education at that level. But as I mentioned earlier, what I would love to see from the content creators is high quality education in terms of what really, if you were advising your brother or your mother or whoever on what is the best way out for creating wealth over a 20, 30-year time frame, what is the advice you would give? You would look at, you would actually look at the research, what it suggests, what is the best approach. You would not worry about who's paying you what for saying what, and then you would put it out there in a manner which is engaging and simple and understandable. That kind of content I would love to see coming through, right? And I guess that's what we are still waiting for in many ways.
So, point well taken. The only problem with that is that, many a times, like you mentioned in your speech also, the way wealth compounds is when you put money in mutual funds, the power of compounding works for you. You put money in index funds, you make a lot of money. But when you trade as an investor, you don't make money. But from a influencer's perspective, you say that that's just one story, one post on your YouTube. They need a business model where people come in regularly for them to, continue to do what they do. So, in your opinion, what is the idea you have of a good influencer?
As I mentioned, Mahalakshmi, this is a space which is still evolving from a regulatory perspective. So we are clear about two ends of the spectrum. For instance, the traditional education method, so NISM, for instance, does a lot of programs on educating people about markets, what are stocks, what are options, what are derivatives, and so on and so forth. That's education. We can see that. We can all agree with that. What you see in MBA colleges, in finance colleges, and in other colleges, that's clearly education. There's no problem with that. We also know what's bad. So when you have egregious mis-selling, when you have snake oil salespersons claiming that a particular strategy will make you money 95% of the time, which is complete hogwash, when you see them misleading people, taking money for that, that's wrongdoing, and then you try and establish that. There's this whole wide space in between, which is kind of neither to this extreme nor to that, which still needs to settle down. Now, we've come out with a couple of papers, consultation papers, which are steps in trying to get some regulatory clarity around this middle space. First, we've suggested that finfluencers or people who are putting out content who are not registered should not be paid by our regulated entities in any form or shape or the other. There should not be, interactions with them. Now, that's a consultation paper. Feedback is still welcome on this particular part because I know this could hurt a lot of genuine people as well. So here is what we try and keep in mind when we get these suggestions. As I mentioned in my talk, there are two kinds of mistakes that we could do as a regulator. And we are human, so we could make mistakes. First is we let bad things happen. Right? The second error is we could come in the way of good things happening. So I call the first one type 1 errors, which is we let a bad thing happen. And the second one is a type 2 error, which is less talked about, which is we make our regulations so difficult that good people can't do business and legitimate people can't do business. So here is the way forward on this. Talk to us. You're creative people. Tell us a model which works. My only request to you is when you are lobbying for something which allows you to do your business, think of what could go wrong. When you ask for allow us to do our legitimate business and therefore allow this thing to happen, is there something that could slip through in terms of a wrongdoing, somebody who gives a bad name to your community? And also think through, you're smart people, so think through and tell us, how do we prevent that in a focused manner while still allowing you to do your good work? This is not new to the finfluencer community. This works for all our regulated entities, whether it's corporates, whether it's brokers, whether it is mutual funds, whether it is foreign portfolio investors. We face the same dilemma. How do we kind of minimize both type 1 and type 2 errors? So this is a space which is still evolving. We are very happy to, as I said, there's one paper out on a suggested path. There's another paper out suggesting that we should have a performance validation agency. So when people make claims about, my so-and-so model makes so-and-so returns, let there be some level of credibility to those claims by having a person actually test it out, a regulated entity actually test it out and confirm that that's indeed the case. So these are actually reflective of the thoughts going through our mind. But help us, come back with feedback, tell us what we could do, maybe refer to other jurisdictions, what's happening in other jurisdictions, and show us the way.
Right. And talking about this performance validation agency, will unregistered finfluencers also be able to access performance validation? Are they allowed to? Would you like them to?
The original intent was for regulated entities, which means if you have algos which claim to have a certain performance, or if you have investment advisors who say I've made so much of returns for my clients, or for PMSs, or even for mutual funds, etc. That was the original intent. As I said, the space around finfluencers is still evolving. Okay. Now, my simple suggestion to you is going by the definition which comes in the investment advisor regulation, which is that if you're providing investment advice for consideration, if that's the model, here is a suggestion, please register yourself. Okay? I know it comes with a whole host of regulatory requirements. We can have a dialogue about how we make that easier. We can have a dialogue about how we make that more user-friendly. But it's best to come into the ambit of a regulatory safe space rather than staying outside the ecosystem.
And at some stage, will SEBI consider bringing in regulations for influencers, even if they were not to be unregistered, they were to be unregistered investment advisories?
As I said, this space is still evolving. And I can tell you openly what some of our constraints are. This is a vast space. We have resource limitations in terms of how much we can actually police some of this and regulate some of this. So it's an area which, now, that doesn't mean there are no solutions. For instance, there are close to 1.5 lakh mutual fund distributors. They are not regulated by SEBI directly, but they are regulated by AMFI. There's an AMFI registration which happens, and mutual funds regulate them. So there are ways in which we can get around this resource constraint in case we need to bring more people into the ambit. We are trying that with investment advisors. We have an entity called BASL, which now is trying to do our job for us in terms of registrations and supervision, etc. So we can create that ecosystem which kind of helps this happen. Our preference is that things work within the existing guidelines of investment advisors, research analysts, etc. But if changes are required to accommodate this new generation of content creators, we can have a dialogue. Let's have a chat.
And related to this training workshops, because much of the abuse really happens in this space, because people say they offer training services, but actually there is investment tips, investment advisory strategies, live trading, and so on. Is there a way for SEBI to monitor it, number one? And secondly, would SEBI ever look at creating some kind of a public infrastructure that can elevate, the kind of education we impart, where, let's say if influencers can come on board, create content which is monitorable by you?
So couple of stakeholders who can do a great job in helping us in pointing this out. One, I have to compliment Moneycontrol. You've been at it in pointing out some of the egregious misuse of cases of fraud, breach of investment advisor regulations and so on and so forth. So thank you for that. We need more of your ilk to come out and tell us what's happening out there, right? Second, one thing we tell our regulated entities, and I would strongly suggest this for the content creators as well, even though you're not regulated by us, we need self-regulatory type organizations, which are associations of the industry, doing a certain level of self-policing yourself. That's the best way in which regulation works. Rather than waiting for a policeman to come and tell you, something is going wrong. If you as a community, and I'm sure as a community you want to do the right things. You want to make sure that the right kind of education happens in a manner which is meaningful to you as well. You're the best placed people to point out the bad apples in your basket, right? We've had a great experience, for instance, with some of the industry associations, whether it's AMFI, whether it's the new industry standards forum that we are setting for each of the regulated entities, where a lot of this is coming up from themselves, some kind of self-regulation. If you want your community to gain the trust of the regulator and the ecosystem, become a trusted advisor, tell us where things are going wrong. Tell us what the bad things are. Tell us about the type 1 errors which are slipping through, which we are not aware of as yet. It gives us so much comfort to know here is a community which is looking after its own. And therefore, coming up to us, it's a trusted advisor and telling us, what, we have these issues and here's how you can solve them. I would love to see that develop with this community as well, even though you're not directly regulated by us. Now, what was your second question? You had a second question as well.
Public infrastructure where influencers can come and create content which you can monitor as SEBI.
Look, there is an ongoing dialogue as part of our investor education, and you also know that NISM, our education wing, has been given this mandate by the finance minister in the budget speech for a broader outreach as far as education is concerned. So there is work happening there in terms of content. But frankly, the best content does come from the industry itself. If you leave it to the regulator to do, things like regulation, things like, capital formation, things like education are far too important to be left to the regulator alone. It has to come from the industry as a whole.
Sure. Where do you stand on referral links? Because a lot of, do you consider it advertising? What is the responsibility of the broker? How do you look at finfluencers giving referral links to brokers?
So this we covered in that consultation paper that we came out with. You know, what we don't like is when we see behavior which is bordering on frauds or actually is fraudulent, when we see unfair trading practices, when we see misleading messages and unregistered investment advisory activities going through with a referral link to a regulated entity, a broker or a mutual fund or somebody, that you know, absolutely upsets us. Because as a regulated entity, a stockbroker or a mutual fund or a PMS is supposed to know what is good and what is not good, and what crosses the line of being acceptable behavior and what goes beyond that. So we do have an issue with that, and we do, which is why we brought out the consultation paper saying do not associate yourself with unregistered entities. But if it means that there are certain unregistered entities who are doing a good job, and we need to, as I said, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. If there are carve-outs that we need to make, we are very, very happy to look at it. But the message is very clear. You know, these are smart people. These are regulated entities. They know what the regulations are. Do not support sharp practices. Do not support frauds. Do not support unregistered, you know, investment advisory kind of activities.
And where do you stand on platforms or SaaS platforms which allow finfluencers to create? I mean, is there some level of accountability that you hold to them, or we can't hold them responsible?
There is dialogue happening with some of these platforms to help us in specific areas. It's more a dialogue really on trying to figure out how do we best manage this. Many platforms at least profess that they want to do the right things. So we are also, you know, trying to see if there are ways in which we can agree on how we manage this going forward. But frankly, rather than just doing policing, we'd much rather that we spend the time on agreeing on what's the right thing to do and then having the industry kind of take the lead thereafter. We can't be dealing, you know, while we talked about enforcement orders and we talked about, that's the more visible part of SEBI, that's only the tip of the iceberg. The bulk of our work really is towards capital formation and how do we do the right things. We'd much rather focus on that, to be honest.
One last question, which is the government has raised taxes on gambling and so on. And the talk in the market obviously is that derivatives is pretty much akin to that. All the money that was getting bet there is getting bet in the derivatives platform. Would you advise the finance minister to raise taxes on derivative trades?
So I'm very happy to tell you, Mahalakshmi, as a former professor, that's completely out of syllabus as far as I'm concerned. Taxation is not in my realm. But I don't mind admitting that I see a certain level of logic to what you're suggesting. The good news is that decision is not in my hands, nor is the government asking me as to what they should do for taxation. So no, completely out of syllabus for me.
Sure. Some quick questions. Your favorite finfluencer, if at all you do watch one?
I'm very, very poor on social media. And particularly since I've become a regulator, I've become even less. So I'll have to really scratch my bald spot on that.
Any other kind of influencer that you follow? Cricket, something else?
You can call me ancient dinosaur. I'm not with it at all. So apologies.
Are you a fan of cricket?
I'm sorry?
Cricket. Are you a cricket fan?
Old-fashioned fan. I like going to the ground and watching. So.
Who are you betting on?
Is that a question? I mean, it's very clear, right? Thankfully, I don't have money right now, nor am I a betting person, so no bets. But yeah, go for it, India.
Sure. Thank you so much. It was a pleasurable discussion. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gopalakrishnan and Mahalakshmi. Some very pertinent insights there on the responsibility of influencers. We hope the budding content creators took some notes. And like Sir mentioned rightly, that dialogue is something that is very key between the regulator as well as the content creators. Time now for our next session where we take a close look at the responsibilities influencers have. According to the Ormax report on the Indian Youth Media Consumption Habits 2023, over 60% of Indian youth follow influencers on social media. And this is at a time when Indian consumers and investors increasingly rely on them to make buying and investment decisions. Where does their responsibility begin and end? In what circumstances can they be held liable? And to talk more on this, I would request Mahalakshmi to come back on stage, please. Thank you, ma'am. And please welcome the panelists, Prabhakar Tiwari, Chief Growth Officer, Angel One; Anil Choudhary, Founder, Finsec Law Advisors; Manisha Kapoor, CEO, ASCI; and the very popular content creator, Sharan Hegde. We hope for a very engaging conversation, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. The media was already, imparting financial education in a way. There are the exchanges, brokers, everybody has been doing some kind of investor awareness programs or education for a long, long time. And yet, it is only after the influencers have come in that we see so much explosion in terms of, the level of user engagement that's happening has really gone up. What is it that makes content engaging? What does it take for influencers to really make content really engaging?
So I think it's the simple difference in the time and the effort it goes into creating one piece of content versus making one piece of article, right? If you look at the business model of a media company, it's about coming out with as many articles as possible so that you can put as many ads as possible. So the objective for all the journalists, and I talked to a lot of journalists, right? I'm also interviewing for a lot of journalists. And their main KPI is to write 5 to 6 articles per day. Per day. Imagine how much time they're able to spend on the research and putting it out in the most succinct way possible. Versus a content creator might probably come up with 3 or 4 articles, 3 or 4 content pieces a week, right? So there's a lot of effort and time which goes into it. So that's the number one problem, that the quality is missing in media when it comes to coming out with finance content. And it's also not in a way which is understandable by the millennials and Gen Z, right? They completely miss the bus on that, and which content creators of my age group are able to grab it and present it in a manner which the Gen Zs and the millennials can understand. Because today, if you ask any person under the age of 30, if you ask them where did they learn this particular piece of finance topic, the answer is of influencer, right? Not the name of a media company. So I think these are the two reasons why, content the content consumption among the youngsters today is more from influencers and not from the media.
I'm regretting asking that question because I didn't anticipate that will come back at me. But we'll take that with a bucket of salt and go to Prabhakar and tell me, this influencer activity has really resulted in humongous, trading volume on the bourses last 2-3 years, especially in the derivative segment, right? But not all of it is resulting in happy experiences. Okay. So I'm getting back at Sharan. So what is it that has worked and what do you think is not working?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon.
And how do you change this?
Yeah, good afternoon. So as Angel One, country's #1 listed fintech and BFSI broker, I just need to kind of resolve this conversation between financial influencer and media house because I need to spend money to reach out to my customer. So we need to decide. So, so anyway, we can do it later also. See, fundamentally, what we're talking about, happy experience means winning experience. I mean, if that is your definition, then, I mean, the data point is there, SEBI official has just shared that. I mean, how many people make to Indian cricket team? How many people make it to, say, Mr. Sunil Shetty was here. How many people make it big in the box office? So let's understand, like everything else, there is a fair degree of risk. And if we believe the 18-year-old can choose the chief minister and prime minister of the country, I mean, they can also decide, what they want to indulge in. Okay. So fundamentally, but we are a business which is almost 3 decades old. And Fin-Influencer may be a decade old at best, and now like 5, 6. And also if I double click on this, I mean, financial influencer in the room will like me for that. That is a Group M report on India influencer. And let me tell you that as of FY23, it's a rupees 1,650 crore market, which will go to around rupees 2,800 crore market by 2026, which is a CAGR of 25% starting 2022. But now let me come to other point. This is not financial influencer market size. This is the entire influencing market size, including all categories. And as per Group M estimate, the size of BFSI and FinTech is only 10%, 5% BFSI, 5% FinTech. But look at the, magnifying glass which has been put in there. So fundamentally coming back to this, I believe it's a matter of making right education. Now, we just heard the regulator, they are saying that, make a highly educated, well-balanced, research-backed content which you can share with your brother or, mother. But imagine, I mean, this is something Gen Z never likes because they don't want to be preached about. See, the only thing which has to be there, which financial influencers have to be very, very careful about is that this is a profession. Like any other profession, I mean, it's your job to understand and learn about like what are the basic things. It's like learning about the traffic rule before you take out your vehicle outside in the market, and also call out the bad players in your industry. Now that's very important. So I will leave it at that. We'll talk more about it as we move along.
Sure, Mansi. What are some of the challenges when you think about the Finfluencer space?
So I think the challenges, one is, in generally the influencer space is of course identification of content which is commercial in nature, which is why we kind of mandate disclosures because so if you're talking about a brand or if you're kind of talking about a particular service or you have affiliate links, etc., we consider all of that to be, there's some material connection that you have with the brand. And so we are not saying that you don't do it. All we are saying is that you kind of inform your viewers that there is that material connection so that they are able to make an informed choice, and whatever weightage they would like to give, that advice. And again, I think, when we look at it even from a consumer lens, I think, at ASCI we talk about something which is Trust 2.0, which is in the trust in really in the digital age, where I don't see all of us know that content has an agenda, right? I mean, and therefore our time as as viewers of that content also has value. I think we all know that, and consumers know that too. But the idea is that they don't want to be misled about it. There are so many times where people will tag us on saying that this looks like commercial content and what you do. And I think with finance and I would say also with health, I think the risk is real. Both health and wealth are important aspects of living, and therefore I think it's good actually, I would say, for the more established influencers in this space to actually start demanding a better accountability from their peers and the industry, because as your reputation kind of grows, you cannot be saying some very silly things, but somebody may be able to say that and get away with it, and which is why I think I echo the point again, where I think the industry itself needs to say that this is the guardrail we want to put around ourselves. Now at ASCI, in some way we represent that industry, and therefore there are those guardrails that we are putting out. But yes, the challenge is identification of contact. I mean, a lot of people, just cannot be contacted. I mean, that's another issue, and which is where we, would like platforms, for example, to come forward because, it's on their, so what are the KYC that they are doing, particularly when it comes to content, I would say in sensitive categories like finance and health. I think, again, how do we all work together? I think the objective that everyone has is the same, keep the consumer engaged, but keep the consumer safe. Yeah, so it's challenging, but I think everyone has to do a little bit of their own part to make this work.
Sure. Anil, what is the regulatory loophole that influencers really exploit or abuse the most?
I think the big issue here when influencers, see, in terms of plain law, as in there's a freedom of speech and expression, as in everybody has a right to create content. Nobody can stop you from creating content. The problem, where the problem lies is where the content is pushed towards an ulterior motive and an objective which is not in the interest of the people who are consuming the content, where the investors are misled towards buying a particular product, or in where we saw the BAP of charts where people were misguided, saying 1% every month, every week you make, every trade you make. So those kind of things which are sold as educational content, where people are misled that if you follow my strategy, you are guaranteed to make money. Those kind of contents are where they breach the trust of the consumers, the people who are watching it. And that is the loophole, as in what is educational content, what is paid content, what are you trying to promote, whether your objective is to basically promote your education or your knowledge about the finance sector, as to educate people to make the right decisions, and thereby getting monetized by maybe YouTube, by being paid by YouTube by number of views. But rather than, your objective is that I give a cross-referral of a particular product, or a particular scheme, or particular financial asset that I want to sell, for which I am going to get some, kickbacks in the end. That's where the bridge, that bridge is where, where you breach the law. And also the breach the, trust of the consumers who's watching your content. And that is where I think the big problem lies. Even when Mr. Narayan was saying is where investment is paid, investment advice is given for consideration, where you are breaching the line of freedom of speech and expression and moving into the line of practicing as a profession, where you are being monetizing it by getting some, ulterior motive, where you are getting some paid from, where the consumers don't know that, the manufacturer of a financial product is being, pushing that product, and you're just you're telling your consumer that, your viewers, please buy this product because it's the best, and that user doesn't know this is actually a paid content. And that is why I think, that is the bridge which still has to be, we have to have a solid regulatory framework towards ensuring that this does not happen.
Prabhakar, so where do you and the broking community really stand on this? Because this is really the crux of it, that the objectives of a broker is completely at odds with the interest of the investor whom the influencers are supposed to cater to.
See, I think we are on the side of our investors very clearly. The reason being that, see, as I told you, I mean, at least for Angel One, I can speak about, we are a 3-decade-old organization. I mean, our existence, our, customer satisfaction and what we have delivered is not because of these influencers which have come now. Today they are there, they should thrive, tomorrow something else can come in and we'll leverage them. So, but focus is investor, because if they are on our platform and today we are getting into a broking, direct mutual fund, investing, lending, AMC, wealth management. So we cannot just, do something mischievous for short term, because that doesn't help us. We're a listed entity. But having said that, I think we have a skin in the game, and we want to act as a bridge, not just in terms of, for example, if the regulator says, see, first of all, let me go on record saying that, we are the best regulated, capital market in the world. No doubts about that. We are ahead of time, and multiple other guardrails are already in place, where people will not fall to the extent they would have fallen maybe 2, 3, 4 years back. Okay. And also understand that, my heart goes out to this community, because in some way, they are creating newer opportunities, educating, which has not happened before. Like somebody was asking me that, what would have done differently, what kind of thing you would have liked to know when you were young or we just came out of college. I would have loved to know more about the capital market, value investing, long-term, I would have loved to know about that. Nobody was talking about that at that point of time. Now coming back to this, so there are 3-4 things. Like he talked about a very clear mention of paid advertisement. I think that should definitely be there. Second, there's a requirement from the regulator on licensing. Let's talk about it, how this licensing will be awarded. Will we need to work only with that pool? Barring, certain level of due diligence, our responsibility goes off after that. And to my mind, after that, third thing is a digital public good. Can we come out, like you can come as a media partner, we can come as a regulated entity. Can we create a digital public good? They can also come in where there is a self-reporting from the influencer about some bad elements in their community. Can there be reporting from the clients? And we can actually track it. So a lot of these things need to come together. And where we stand, let me come again, we stand with investor for a simple reason that, we monetize them over their life cycle, not 1 or 2 trades. It's not in our interest that they burn their fingers and they don't come back tomorrow. Yeah?
Fair enough. I'll take your point. But how far do you go to ensure that if there is abuse, if there is, illegitimate advice, if there is an unregulated entity that is giving unscrupulous advice, is there a mechanism for you to track that down and say, no, we are not going to engage with these entities on your own in the absence of regulation? Of course, it might come in as regulation in a few months, but so far none of the brokers have really taken that call.
See, I can speak both about the industry and plus what we do at Angel One. So, see, fundamentally at a management level, we have decided that pecking order on which channel we engage with and what we do is first, regulatory hygiene is a must for us. Then comes the brand hygiene, brand safety, and then comes the profitability hygiene. So we will not scale a channel, for the sake of it. We would like to work with the right set of people who can give us the confidence of a regulatory hygiene. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is in terms of, we would like to, so for example, as soon as we get some inquiries from the regulator about a particular content, we answer that. We have a compliance team which has got a fraud detection unit for a very long time, from the IP address of the customer to customer complaint. A lot of these things are worked on. And 2 quarters back, because I also handle DRA channel plus I also handle brand content, social media marketing. We have make something called a fraud detection and digital hygiene unit. So where we work with KPMG, M-Filter It kind of player, and we scan the market, and not just for financial influencer. We also work for other partners who might be selling FNO courses in our name, using our brand logo and all of that, right? So fundamentally, we believe that we are taking steps. Are they adequate? I don't know. The extent of problem is large. Can we do more as an industry? Yes, we can. In fact, I would like to make an offer to Moneycontrol on this forum. If tomorrow, if you want to partner with us and want to make a more curated set of influencers and educate them, maybe working with our legal expert here, we are willing to, pay the cost.
Sure, I'll note that, and the leaders of the decision makers are here and they've heard you. Sharan, F&O advice and stock-related advice is not the only kind of, influencer activity that happens. Although because of, the derivative market space exploding, there is so much interest in the fact that people don't make money and therefore they don't benefit from the advice. We talk about them more. Tell me, is there enough space for non-stock advice? And you have modeled yourself around that. What have been the challenges? What have been the temptations? And how have you dealt with it?
There's no challenges as such. I think the only challenge is that personal finance content is not as sexy as stock market advice or trading advice, because you cannot show the promise of get rich quickly. It's one of the primary reasons why crypto content blew up so quickly, and the number of crypto accounts opened were more than the number of demat accounts opened, is because of the promise of get rich quickly. So the only challenge that you face is how do I make saving this much amount of tax or understanding how to buy a good insurance product as sexy as saying, invest in this particular stock and see it triple in the next 3 months. I mean, I'm competing with that, right? So that I would say is the only challenge. But I think if you can somehow make that even that kind of seemingly boring non-stock content interesting, maybe by infusing it with comedy and entertaining concepts, you can still get there. And since I began, I think about 3 years back, there are now about 20 to 25 personal finance influencers who are absolutely killing it out there. So I would say no other challenge at the moment. The only challenge I would say is PR, is that because we are being clubbed against stock market and trading influencers, so everybody is being called finfluencer. So that is the only challenge.
Yeah, we need to definitely invent a new name for,
Yeah.
I mean, at least make categories so people don't
Yeah.
get confused. Fair enough. Manisha, what is the one rule that you often see influencers really breaking?
So I think it is about, in many cases, I think non-disclosure, I think is probably the most widely flouted rule. That, you've been kind of paid by someone to talk about, it could be a stock or a fund or, an organization, and that you haven't disclosed it. So I would say that's probably the widest. But I think we also need to differentiate between fraud, which is really trying to scam people into giving money where it's going to end up, missing, versus, let's say, bad advice. So I think there is also that difference, and one is clearly a very criminal kind of activity, where law and order, of course, needs to step in very strongly. And the other is just, how do you make sure, and which is where the thing on saying that, if you're advising someone on stocks or on the market, then, are you qualified to do that? And, and which is why, let's say, the SEBI registration, etc., kind of comes into the picture. So yeah, I think basically non-disclosure is the thing. But like I said, I think a lot of times we also kind of look at fraud as like the picture that we also will paint everyone with, and that's, also we need to differentiate that versus advice which may not work out for you. And so long as at least it's given with the right kind of credentials and with good intention, that should be okay. It is a risk, so you need to be aware of the risk as a consumer in terms of investing.
Sure. And Anil, what are your thoughts on the consulting paper that SEBI has brought in, where they say that, registered entities, regulated entities will not engage with illegitimate or, unregistered advisors. Does it solve the problem, or is there anything that needs fixing?
I think it solves a bit of a problem because, see, the primary problem is what as SEBI can regulate. SEBI cannot regulate every single content because paramount to this Indian constitution is freedom of speech and expression. You cannot say nobody should speak about finance tomorrow, switch off. That cannot happen. Now, what can happen is SEBI can regulate its regulated entities. SEBI can regulate the brokers, SEBI can regulate mutual funds, SEBI can regulate all other investment advisor, research analysts, whoever the people are who are registered with SEBI, they can regulate that. So what SEBI is saying, okay, fine, what I'll do is any of these my market intermediaries, if they have to sell a product, you don't sell it through the influencers. Right. You go straight, you market your product the way you want to do it, but you do not engage with them because they don't want people, this kind of marketing through influencers. But again, I said this, as Anantha also said, that it's work in progress. I don't think it will come, the law will come as it is, because there are a lot of actual good marketing do happen through this influencers as well. It's not like that everybody is a bad apple and nobody should speak, or no marketing can be done through influencers. The way the regulation should shape is that we have to have some kind of oversight over certain people who have little more weight over the investors or the people who are watching. Let's say keep a 1 million as a threshold. Okay, fine. Below that, should not consider. And then create a regulatory framework around those people as to when they are giving stock tips. And so that also will be defined. These are the activities you cannot do. You cannot give a particular stock tip. You cannot give a price range. You cannot particular mutual fund scheme or etc. You cannot A, B, C, D things you cannot do vis-a-vis when you are doing your content. And there, of course, there is an oversight body, a regulator who can go through their artificial intelligence and everything. There are keywords and etc. You can track that and, of course, take enforcement actions toward ensuring that the bad apples are out of the market. But you cannot have a mechanism where nobody says anything. I think that, again, as Narayan said, you will stop a lot of good things to happen, because a lot of good content also comes, a lot of education. People like Sharan talk in such simple language that a tier 3, tier 4 who have not understood finance, but they want to invest like 500 rupees per month and 1,000, where do I go? They will not understand your technical terms the way you speak. It's very, very difficult for them. For them, they need understand people with some comic timing, some kind of engagement. And if the right content is served to them, it will be very, very good for the Indian economy and capital formation. And as they said, that we have only 2 crore or so mutual fund portfolios and more demat and actually more crypto. We got more crypto. Why? Because, again, get rich is always easier than do it. So from that point of view, I think that is where I think the regulation should shape, wherein this content should be regulated but should not be banned over.
Sure.
So, see, very quickly, so first of all, licensing can solve it to some extent, because the source of revenue is not just advertiser. Source of revenue is also the content platform. So you get paid for that also. Let's assume for a moment there is a population of 1 lakh financial influencer in India at this point of time, and they understand what license. And please understand, license का नाम सुनते ही ना सबको डर लगता है, ठीक है? इसका implication क्या? I don't know. Whether they will bulldoze my house or sell my property, I don't know, right? So let's assume out of this 1 lakh people, 40,000 get a license. Out of that, 15,000, and I reach out to this 40,000. 15,000 influencers decide to work with me, out of which 12,000 of them may work with multiple brokers.
Correct.
Does it mean that, now my liability is only to the degree of due diligence which I have agreed to, or is it more than that? So some of these questions about, because you're not cutting down the source of revenue. They can still make a lot of things, because see, how much time does it take to open a YouTube account? I mean, you kill one tomorrow. I mean, I'm not opening it with my Aadhaar card.
Correct.
And how many such cases? So fundamentally, we have come out with a solution, and I'm not kind of criticizing that. We need to work with that. But there are a lot more questions which are there. So for the same consultation paper, we have given those points to the regulator, saying that please help us solve for that, and we can work with you on that.
Sure, understood. We are completely running out of time, so just a couple of questions. So Sharan, you got Nikhil Kamath recently funded your venture, right? How do you think more influencers can really model themselves the right way and make a successful business model?
It's a tough question. I think it takes a combination of multiple things. Firstly, go very, very deep in understanding any particular fintech product that you're really passionate about. Now, I was really passionate about wealth management. And that's the reason I started creating content, is because, and actually the real reason is I wanted to look good in my MBA application. But what I chose to do was something that I was good at, because I liked teaching people how to manage their money, and I realized nobody was teaching this in schools, and everybody was clueless, and they're about to get their first salary. So I thought, let me just, instead of just talking to 5 to 10 people of my friends, why don't I just make a YouTube video of it and then send them a link? So that's how it started. So I got really passionate about wealth management, started learning about the wealth management industry, understood what are the gaps which are currently there, and started talking to other founders of fintech companies. So when I promote a particular fintech product, I also become very good friends with the founder. So talking to them, I learn a lot of stuff. Then I go even deeper. I talk to the product managers of that company. So it's basically just absorbing a lot of information from the people around you, making the right kind of connects, and working really, really hard. I think these are the 3 things.
Wonderful. That's all we have time for. So we'll close this discussion right here. Thank you, the lady and the 3 gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That indeed was a very interesting conversation. And thank you, panelists, for throwing more light on the responsibilities creators have in today's time. After all these sessions, I must say what an evening it has been so far. Ladies and gentlemen, packed with insights, and insights remind me, please remember to keep posting on Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook with the hashtag MC Creator Summit. With that, I'm very excited to introduce our next session, Generation Gap, who powers influence in the Gen Z era. Who influences Gen Z the most when it comes to buying, investing, and shopping decisions? What role do influencers play when it comes to decision making? Do Gen Zs consciously stay away from the brands used by the previous generation? Is Instagram or YouTube more powerful? For this, I would like to invite Dilshad Irani, editor, Storyboard 18, onto the stage, please. And to hear it straight from our lineup of expert panelists, Zeel Patel, content creator and founder of Cyberzeel. A round of applause, guys. Thank you. Rohit Raj, founder and CEO of BBK Wines Production and co-founder of BBK Wines. Ayush Shukla, founder of Finnet Media. Ganesh Prasad, co-founder Think School. Harshil Karia, founder Shbang. Over to you, Dilshad.
Thank you very much, Mariam, for setting the context for us. And I have a great panel here today. And of course, it's part Gen Z, part millennial, like I think our audience here as well. And I want to do a quick show of hands. How many Gen Zers in the audience right now? Okay. Millennials? Most millennials? Okay, so this is going to be a mixed bag, right? And who's on the border, no man's land, right?
1997 born.
1997. Yeah,
Two,
so we guys fall exactly
three,
the center.
four,
We don't
five,
understand both generations. Exactly at the center.
No, but even so, right? Okay, I'm just going to get straight into the conversation. We know that Gen Zers or Zoomers, as they are called, are perhaps one of the toughest nut to crack. Very elusive. You know, marketers can't get a handle on them. I think a lot of us are just trying to figure out who are Gen Z, what makes them tick. And this discussion is essentially about decoding that. We spoke about a lot of sort of financial content, but we're going to talk about all sorts of content and how, and eventually how marketers are sort of recalibrating that, how brands are recalibrating their content strategies to better target Gen Zers. And I think I'm going to come to Harshil first, who is a millennial. Right, Harshil, you of course work with a lot of brands, you work with a lot of creators, influencers. Tell me, who truly powers influence, who has influence over Gen Zers today? Because I read a very interesting stat, a study by Yuva, that said 50% are not actually influenced by influencers or celebrity endorsers, but in fact they're friends. Just a stat there, but give me your view on what truly influences.
I think it's a mixed bag, you know, because there was a phase where people were very influenced by influencers, but now influencers now become a media channel more and more. So, you know, there's two things happening in the brand world. One is that there are the influencers who now I classify as celebrities. So they're like too high up. They negotiate. They have their own terms. So they will promote the way they want to promote. That's one. And I think that's where it's working. Then the second is influencers who almost become like media outlets, spokesperson outlets, saying brand will say this, and just parrot that, and brands are now starting to see it as a media paradigm. So I think that's where it's sitting today, and that's where the challenge lies.
Right, right. So from millennial to a Gen Zer now, and Ayush, maybe I'll come to you first. We just heard, of course, Sharan, you know, again, a Gen Zer, and he was talking about how important it is, essentially, to make your content relatable. That's the bottom line, authentic, you know. So what are you seeing when you talk? You're a Gen Zer. Tell us what you really think.
I mean, I was in a panel session a couple of weeks ago as well, and the topic again there was Gen Z, and they were asking me how to crack Gen Z. And you know, one concept which I follow when it comes to my own generation, Gen Z, is this concept called PRI. It's like purpose, recognition, and impact. Like if you're thinking about Gen Z, always think like we as Gen Zs think like, what is the purpose? What is how am I getting recognized? And what is the impact I'm creating? Why am I doing what I'm doing? how is it impacting other people, and what am I getting out of it? These are the three things. Like for example, if I think about my employee, if he's a Gen Z employee, I'll think these three things. कि अगर मैं इसको काम दूंगा और इसके साथ में इसको रिकॉग्निशन भी दे दूंगा, उसको बोलूंगा कि ये इम्पैक्ट तेरी वजह से ड्राइव हो रहा है, he will be very motivated as compared to just telling him कि यार ये task ही कर दे. If he doesn't know what he's doing, why is he doing, he won't be motivated. And that you can apply in buying decisions everywhere. That's what I follow personally.
And that applies to, like you said, of course, shopping habits, buying decisions, how they pick and choose the brands that they use. I want to come to you, Rohit, next. Of course, you've been a huge force behind one of the OG influencers, and again, someone who sort of transcended into a celebrity world. You built an entire business around him, Bhuvam. Tell me, especially when you were trying to sort of crack that code, what are some of the principles that you used?
So I frankly, before Bhuvan, there was nobody who was doing independent content creation, right? So naturally, even I was one of the first talent managers representing a digital creator and speaking to brands for any kind of integration. And this was back in 2015-16. Why? So I spoke to Bhuvan. I sat with him for good 6 months. We used to travel together. We never did brand deals. We used to travel together, spend time together, and try understanding why and how he was able to get those million subscribers in the beginning of his journey. And I realized that I have to be super transparent with how my creator feels about whatever he is creating. Because the brand would come to me only because they want to associate with Bhuvan for his content that he's been doing for the past so many months or so many years. So when they come to me and they're having a conversation with me, they need to believe in the process of content creation that Bhuvan has been following. So in the first brand deal itself, he said, I will never say, go buy this brand towards the end of the video. So there will never be an end slate, right? He said, I've never said, go subscribe to my channel.
Like that.
They don't like it, but I feel I give them good numbers to associate with me with the kind of terms that I have. And I think saying no was the first learning that I had for the first 2 years. Of course, when you see a lot of money coming your way, you tend to become, your decisions are a little dicey. But then if you're sure that, okay, money is not why we are doing this, you are here to make an impact, and a no will really help me 6 months down the line, I think that's how we paved our journey in the whole content creation into brand integration world. And today I have my own terms. It's like one pager which I explain to somebody within a minute. If they understand it, great. If they don't, then maybe somebody else will do it for them.
You need short form content even there, right, when you're talking to marketers. But Zeel, I'll come to you next, because what happens very often when we talk about cohorts like Gen Z or millennial, we typically think of a very urban audience, right? And it's very perhaps Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore, that sort of thing. Now, of course, you are a creator working out of Surat. You have content that is perhaps very not your typical Gen Z content consumed online, whether it's fashion, beauty, now finance, of course. So tell me a little bit about the insights that drive your content strategy, and how are you seeing perhaps interest from brands, marketers coming to you?
Okay. So what I personally think is now there is not just a gap of Gen Z and the adult. We have now other group which is pre-lockdown and post-lockdown. The way they used to consume content before lockdown, it was different. But now the way Gen Z consume the content is different.
How is it different?
Now you can't fool them, right?
You could fool them earlier, is it?
Yeah, because they used to watch what they want. If you see tech influencers, right? People used to subscribe them, people used to follow them. And if they put anything like iPhone 13, if it is not into their budget, but still they will watch the whole video and maybe they will try to buy that, right? But right now, if you see tech influencers, they are going down because people only go and search what they want, right? No matter you say that this is the era of suggested content, right? Shorts, reels, but in that suggested content also the algorithm which is putting out the content in front of you. But people will not still watch that content no matter algorithm puts that in front of you. You need to hook that audience, right? No matter it is suggested content, but you have to hook that audience. So I, being a spiritual content creator, I started in lockdown, right? I guess I was at 10,000 followers and I started feeling the breach between science and spirituality. And within just 2 months, my first video itself, it went 18 million views, right? And from there, I grew to from 10,000 to 2 million. So I think that now people want experience. You can't just directly target them with brand. You can't just integrate any brand into your video and you will like influence them to go and buy that. You have to target with your experience, and that experience has to be with that brand. So that's what I think, and that's how I started creating content, and that's how I guess I and other influencers should deal with brands.
And that's really interesting because what you're saying is algorithms perhaps don't have that kind of persuasive power on viewers as much as it used to have. And secondly, you saw a shift in the kind of content people want to consume. In your case, spiritual content. Rohit, I know you want to say something, but let me just quickly get to Ganesh first, because again, Ganesh, you create content that is again not in those typical buckets that we've always seen, which is popular. So again, same question that I posed to Zeel here. How did you see your growth, especially with the kind of content that you do?
So, if you look at Think School's growth, we make content on business case studies and geopolitics. So I don't see Think School as a YouTube channel. I see it as a business school on the internet. And the primary goal of Think School was just one thing, that is to put a dent in the Indian education system. So our purpose was very, very clear. And we said that we will not put out content just for the sake of infotainment. We will put out content for that B-school kid who's not able to understand what his professor is saying, but will be able to understand concepts through our YouTube videos, which is why you will see a lot of charts, explanations. In fact, our explanations go so deep that yesterday there was a LinkedIn post that was put out by one of our subscribers where he had an entire notebook filled with notes that he made from a Think School video. And you can also see in the comments that people are saying, oh, this is the Southwest Airlines case study. I watched it and I also made similar notes. So for me, Think School is not a YouTube channel. It's a B-school on the internet. And I am not a content creator. My competition are the professors at IIM. And fortunately, we've been able to do it so well that now professors at IIM use Think School's video as study materials. So when we made a video on Tata Motors and how they exploded and how they penetrated the Indian market, a professor from IIM Bangalore played it on the slideshow to explain it to the students. So that is how Think School grew, by not positioning itself as an infotainment channel, but as a B school on the internet. So if you look at our growth, because of the value that we provided, first of all, I never expected this value. I never expected this kind of growth. We went from 3,000 subscribers to 100,000 subscribers in 10 days after the first video exploded. Then we started hitting 100,000 subscribers every month to hit 1 million in 11 months. And then the Russia-Ukraine war happened. So we said, okay, let's bring in the geopolitical and economic angle to it, to business. So we went from 1 million to 2 million in 6 months. And we went from 2 million to 3 million in another 6 months. Why? Because of the value. So it's as simple as that. And if you look at our YouTube videos, almost all of our YouTube videos are sponsored. So until now, we must have posted 246 YouTube videos, out of which 196 videos are sponsored. And Harshil was just asking me, what is the hack? Why don't the Think School subscribers hate the fact that we put out sponsored segment in every single video? That is because in a 20-minute video, a 1-minute integration is merely 5% of the time consumed by the viewer in watching the ad. And 95% of the time is spent into just extracting that enormous amount of value. So if you give them that much value and take 1 minute of theirs and put out sponsored content, they understand that to provide so much value, it requires efforts, and it requires efforts of many other people. For that, you need to pay salaries. As a result, that 1 minute is quite justified.
Yeah, totally. And again, back to Ayush's point about purpose, because you found that's your purpose, right? You are not perhaps, I mean, the money is good, I'm sure. The sponsored posts and the videos are great. But Ayush, just give me a second. Harshil, where did that question come from to Ganesh?
Because firstly, I just want to make a small segue. It's like cool, so cool that I'm watching the guy whose YouTube videos I watch. He sounds exactly the same. He emotes exactly the same.
Authenticity, right? Authenticity.
Yeah, authenticity, exactly. And I love the point about purpose. So the question came from the fact that I think that, because I've seen a lot of Think School videos with all of them having a lot of integration. So that was one. Is like, how are you always so full? And how is your community not pushing back? Because sometimes what we see with creators is that when you do the insertions, the community starts to push back. So that's where the question came from.
But in terms of, again, I'm asking you to sort of, put on your agency hat. How are you seeing perhaps some of these brands who are coming on board to, with any of the folks here, how are you seeing their view of the content and therefore then targeting Gen Z change?
I think that, the brands are also sensing that there is the need for this authenticity. So, and that is why, we were commenting that there is some kind of flatlining happening on influencer spends. Two reasons. Flatlining happening on influencer spends because at the top of the spectrum, you can have the brand integrate with an influencer message, which is a bit more authentic. So, I mean, I give you an example. Ranveer has now got a sponsor for the podcast Mountain Dew, Dar Ke Aage Jeet Hai. And the podcast is only talking about the stories of bravery. And therefore, then there's a segment for 4 weeks on the podcast, which is only talking about bravery. Now, that is a bit more authentic, and he's bringing in the guests, he's curating it that way. Now, where the challenge comes in, why the spends are flatlining, and I was in this morning in a meeting with one of the OTT players. He gave me an example that last year, this time, they spent an influencer campaign, 1,700 influencers. This year, this time, they've done another campaign, only 3 macro influencers. So what's happening is that now brands have to start getting picky and choosy and integrate into this authentic message in a good way. It's also more expensive. It's got tough terms. He says, I won't do this, I won't do that.
Say no.
Say no. So that is the landscape that we are now entering. So the middle and the bottom is now starting to struggle. Yeah. Because also it's inauthentic, so the follow growth is not really happening. The breakouts are not happening. So I think that's what's getting challenging about the space.
It's changing quite dramatically. Ayush, also, if you can perhaps tell us even, the platforms, the recalibration there. We heard from, we talked about YouTube, of course, there's Snapchat and there's IG and all of that. When it comes to Gen Zers, and, you do a lot of finance content as well, where are they watching it now? Have you seen shifts, a cohort shift from one platform to another? What's more powerful? What's more important to them? Is it YouTube or is it Instagram? What is it? I mean, millennials, we know Facebook, right? Or even that's not happening now, but...
I mean, I don't think Gen Zs have a priority. It depends upon what kind of content I'm watching. It's depending on the content rather than the person. For example, if I want to get educated about fashion or travel or lifestyle, I will idly go to Instagram. If I want to dress up for an event, I will search my favorite influencer and I'll see his reels and I'll see his get ready with me reel, and then I'll try to replicate that. But if I want to understand a geopolitics scenario or a business case study or learn something about personal science, I'll go to someone like a Think School. Right? That is on YouTube and not on Instagram. So it depends upon the type of content we're talking about and not the person. I personally consume YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, and even X for that matter. X I go for news. LinkedIn I go to understand what's happening in my industry in terms of marketing, what they're talking about. Instagram I grow to understand the influencer industry, fashion में क्या चल रहा है, tech में क्या चल रहा है, finance में भी एक segment of Instagram है. Like a lot of infotainment creators that we manage at Finnet are on Instagram. They are Instagram first creators. So I can't like pinpoint कि Instagram ज़्यादा powerful है कि YouTube ज़्यादा powerful है. But generally speaking, if you are a lifestyle fashion brand, Instagram works better for you. And if you are an infotainment brand, YouTube will work better for you in the long run because it has more depth.
So honestly, just a very customized kind of approach to what you consume, where you consume. Rohit, you wanted to say something earlier, perhaps, on what you...
I mean, no, not really. But then what these guys said is all correct. Because like he said, that you need to be... The audiences have become really smart post-COVID, right? They know where that ad segment is going to come, right? They know when to skip. They know when to...
Still talking just about Gen Zers, or do you see that happening even in other cohorts?
It's with everybody. I think it's the same with my mom as well. Because if you're consuming content 1 hour a day, then you will be habitual of the same thing. I think just the genre or the kind of people that they'd be following would be a little different. but the information comes from, the same information comes to me 3 days later, but it comes from almost all walks of people, right? Like you said, your content, your brand integration in at least in our case is like a sandwich, right? Like a burger, like a patty. So my brand is the patty, and the content is right around it. You don't have either alone, right? So if you want to consume the patty, if you want to consume the brand, you need to sandwich it between good content, good humor, good entertainment, so that the people can, really flow through it and consume it in the way. Like I make a 5-minute video, and Bhuvan makes a 5-minute video on his channel. I can't afford people skipping even 30 seconds. So my integrations would not be more than 22 seconds, which a brand really gets shocked with, because how can you do that? But I say that, listen, I'll tell 4 things, very crystal clear. I will give that message out, but I will sandwich it between some entertainment scenes, so that entertaining scenes, so that people don't feel, that I've taken them for a ride when I'm showing them a video 1 month later.
Right.
And I also I'm able to entertain them after I've given them a brand segment.
Zeel, let me just quickly come to you, because this is again something that I think both Ganesh and Ayush mentioned, which is purpose. We know studies have told us that Gen Zers are more conscious consumers. Maybe, you saw that sort of bump in your viewership and the kind of sort of response you got to your content because of perhaps a more purposeful approach to consumption. Do you think that's true, or is that perhaps a bit of an exaggeration that, Gen Zers are far more conscious consumers than, say, the previous generations?
See, consciousness is evolving, right? As being a spiritual influencer, I know what consciousness really means. Now, Instagram is like a showroom and YouTube is like a classroom. So, if you want to sell something, or if you want to influence something, right, in a showroom, if the good dress or good bikes are in the front row, if someone is passing through that road, they will be intrigued. Their emotion, you can capture their emotions directly, showing them something. But if you come to YouTube, now YouTube is like a classroom. People will go into the depth of that content. People will actually invest their time. If you see in classes, in colleges, when maths teacher is teaching something and people are scrolling Instagram below the bench,
Maybe they're watching your videos, you never know, right?
at that point of time, they will not listen to what you are speaking in the video. They will read the captions or maybe they will just scroll through your reels. If something can capture them, it will go directly to their emotions, their consciousness, right? So that's what I think, like youth and Gen Zs are right now like a Rubik's Cube, right? They are distracted, they love challenges, but they are also like a litmus paper, if people know in chemistry. If you put a drop and the litmus paper change the color, similarly, if the influencer or brand or anyone on internet, if they change their color, Gen Zs are gonna kick you out. So that's how their consciousness is evolving. And that's where I conclude myself, that people are now more smarter than before. They know what to consume.
Absolutely, absolutely. Harshil, just quick take, and I want to just quickly then open it up to the audience and, just maybe take maybe one question from anyone in the audience, so you have like 2 minutes to think about it. But just quickly about this point about conscious consumerism, are Gen Zers rejecting some of the brands, products, services perhaps that previous generations like millennials very sort of openly endorsed?
I don't think so. I think there's a bit of, we're still while with content they're a lot more conscious, with brands, with eyewash they're okay. So I think that's where I would put it. And I think also with respect to brands and influencers, Gen Z is, I think, definitely very unforgiving if the wrong brand comes with the wrong influencer. So I can give 2 examples. I work too closely with 2 influencers. Masoom is my partner, and I can know that when she does something to support Indian designers, something to do with fashion, she has brands which partner with her which sell out. So the amount of money that they spend, they kind of recover that money. So that works, and her audience also enjoys it. The integration is seamless. Tomorrow if she spoke about a finance brand, there would be 0 ROI. So that is where I think the fit is yesterday, and Ranveer and I run a meditation app together. So he put out a video yesterday for 1 hour. We kept the video on and we pulled it back, 40,000 downloads in 1 hour. So, that is the kind of power where, because we call his audience and we ask them, what do you want to learn from him? 50% of them said, I want to learn meditation. So, that is,
Listening.
I think,
Listening.
syncing together is very important.
Absolutely. Is Sharan still here? I mean, when you said Masoom doing finance content, that was...
He's not here, he left.
All right. Are there any questions from any Gen Zers or millennials, from any one of our creators or millennials on the panel? But, sorry, go on, Ayush.
No, I was just asking my friend to ask a question.
Who is that?
Vijay, are you here? Yeah, there's...
Yeah, do you have one? Do you have one for Ayush? Can we quickly maybe, or can you just come up, or? Oh, there you go, Mike, yeah.
Can't hear you, bro. आप आ जाओ इधर ही आ जाओ ना.
In the spirit of authenticity, let's get a authentic question.
So I have a question from Rohit. So there are many creators in the market. हर दिन कोई ना कोई एक नया creator आता रहता है. But you are working with Bhuvan, right? और इतने साल से कर रहे हो आप. So what do you think यार कि what makes him unique और एक strong personal brand कैसे build किया उसने जो उसको बहुत अलग लेके चले जाता है?
Give us the nutshell, Rohit.
I mean, so with Bhuvan, if you would see his interviews, he's very real. When you will meet him in person, you would see that he's very authentic. The kind of content he made on BBQ Wines, and he still does, is something that will happen in everybody's household. Even today, my mom tells me कि रात को पानी की बोतल भर के फिर सोना. Huh? So I believe the kind of content that he has made, the kind of relationship that he has formed with his audiences, the kind of punts that he has played. Like in 2018, we produced our first short film and eventually won a Filmfare for it. Then one day he came up to me and he said, at 4 a.m. in between the two lockdown waves, he called me and he said, I think we should make a show out of BBQ Wines and call it Dindora. And that came out, did 600 million views. I think we've been playing on his gut feeling, on his intuition. He has a lot of conviction in what he does. So he just does in whatever work he's been doing. If you know, he writes his own content, he acts in it, he edits it, he puts the music on it. He also publicizes it himself, right? And he's playing all the characters in it. So the kind of conviction that he puts in every video, even today in the morning, we were having a chat that we're coming up with a show tomorrow. It's called Takeshi's Castle. It's coming out on Prime Video. And I said, while we are coming up with a show on Prime Video, why don't we put out one BBQ Wines video on our channel and talk about the show in the video and make it more popular, right? And let that message reach out to our audiences at least. He said, listen, I've written it. It's almost there. I still need 7 more days to better it. Only then I want to go and shoot it. So till the time he's not very sure about what he's doing, he doesn't take it up. There have been multiple venues where we've received, invites for Bhuvan to act as a secondary actor in films and big films. And I'm like really big films. And he said no, because he feels this is not something that I would want to take up right now. He likes to take things slow, have that authenticity in place every time, and be very real to his audience. I think that's what he's been doing, plus a little bit of innovation where you are a little sure of what you're doing.
Authenticity, right, at the end of the day.
And you know what I think is that Bhuvan has achieved that level of, I don't know whether to call it supremacy or authenticity, that he's this guy that you all root that he wins. I still remember when I was in my 3rd year of engineering, we were watching Bhuvan and all of our friends, we were just sitting together and we were thinking, dude, he's putting in so much of efforts. We just hope that this guy blows up. And I still remember when Dindora came out and I put out a tweet, all my friends said, if Bhuvan is coming out with Dindora, we will support him. And they have no connection to Bhuvan whatsoever. And yet they would root for him and they would say, if Bhuvan is coming out with this, he must be doing it on YouTube because maybe somebody rejected him. We will support him and we'll turn him into a big star. Similarly, when Taza Khabar came out, I still remember that first ad when he just, I think he took out the newspaper. It was a teaser, I guess, and then he kept it down. You should read the comments. It says, Bhuvan bhai, aap to phod doge. Bhuvan bhai, rocket.
You turn consumers into cheerleaders.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
everybody knows Bhuvan's story. He's this guy in college who's extremely ambitious, wants to do something really crazy, and in a big, bad, crowded, competitive world. And we know for sure that he is excellent because of the work that he has done so consistently. Which is why
True.
Bhuvan is this guy whom you root for. And when 30 million people root for you,
That says something. Authenticity and consistency, I absolutely agree with that. But I'm afraid that's all the time that we have for this session. There is, of course, so much more to explore. And we'll take this offline somewhere. But thank you so much for joining us,
Thank you so
everyone.
much.
And I hope
for
we
having
can
us. Thank you.
take away a lot from this one. Thank you. Thank you.
That was indeed a quality conversation. Thank you, panelists. Your discussion shed valuable light on the evolving role of creators in today's landscape, and we are grateful to Dilshad and the panelists for their insightful contributions. Coming to the next session, we move on from people influencing Gen Zs for the folks who are building and funding the creator economy. Presenting our next session on creator economy, the founder and investor's perspective. I would request Chandra to come back on stage, please. And also, please join me in welcoming the guests. Mayank Khanduja, partner, Elevation Capital. Madhukar Sinha, founding partner, India Quotient. Lalchand Bisu, co-founder and CEO, Kuku FM. And Ranjit Pratap Singh, CEO, Pratilipi. That panel, it's an eclectic mix of VCs and audio-based content creation platform and a storytelling platform. Chandra, over to you.
Thank you for that, Mariam. I'm most worried about the fact that Mayank has a flight at 9:30 p.m., so we'll try to wrap this session in time. It's been an amazing evening. We've heard out from an actor, from content creators, from a platform, YouTube. And now we have two VCs and two founders in the creator ecosystem. And, so far we've seen video platforms, video creators, but two very unique startups here. Pratilipi is about, storytelling, self-publishing, and Kuku FM is about audio content. So we will explore that. But Mayank and Madhukar, it's great, the views, the engagement, the number of users. I mean, we heard passionate views about, Bhuvan Ban's fans, about how they are his, not just his consumers, but his cheerleaders. But for a VC evaluating the space today, for an investor, what are your thoughts? Is there a glut of these platforms, glut of these apps, or, has there been a fair sense of consolidation that you have seen?
Thank you for having me here. See, I think like any industry, when it starts out, a lot of companies raise capital because there's so much excitement. There are a lot of models which are unknown but have a lot of potential. So they do raise capital. But as with any industry, after some time, the dust settles. You figure out what models are working, what models are not working, where are the models actually adding value to the consumers, and they stay put. Like we've seen the OG of creator economy startups in India, ShareChat, continuing to do well. It's been 7-8 years, and they are by far the leader, and leader in innovation. But after that also many companies have come through, and now real businesses have the potential to get built because monetization is very real for these platforms who are serving creators and their users. Earlier, monetization used to be just ads, but now microtransactions are very real sources of monetization. It could be like 3x more revenue for a creator if you can get money directly from the user. So I feel now things are settling and business models are emerging, which is helping platforms as well as creators make a lot more money.
Right. I'm going to come to the monetization part in a bit. But interestingly, both of you share some portfolio companies, right? I think ShareChat is an India Quotient and an Elevation investment. But apart from that, India Quotient's been very big on the creator economy startups, whether it's Kuku FM, who's also here. So Madhukar, what is your thesis on the creator economy beyond the users and the engagement and the traction that we are seeing across platforms?
Yeah, so the way we look at the whole, I would basically not
only call it creator economy, I'll say digital economy. I think that with everything getting digitized, the opportunity of an individual to basically do things, which is the purest form of capitalism, right? That's coming in India, right? So now, I think 10 years back when these platforms were not there, internet was not there, the only way to make money was either to do a business or to basically work in a company, right? So, but this individual capability to have one core skill, right? It can be you are a good singer, or you basically can do a good story, audio story, or you can make a reels or Moj, right? Or you can teach very well and then distribute to users through YouTube, etc. So I think what we are very bullish on this, right? We think that this opportunity for individuals to basically do something meaningful, not necessarily working for someone, but for themselves, and create value over there, that has been the theme, right?
That's a generational shift,
Yes,
right?
yes, that's a generational shift. And I think we have a lot of role models now, right? So which is leading to, if you go to Instagram or Moj, right, it's really very, how do I say, it's very, I feel very happy. You'll see that kids in villages are basically making reels, right? And they're forming groups, right? And they keep on coming with new and new reels, dancing on some song, doing some skate, right? And all kind of content they are creating, right? Maybe they are 1,000, 2,000 kilometers away from Bombay. I don't think they they can afford to come to Bombay to take a shot in Bollywood, but now they can create their own Bollywood right there in their small villages and towns, right? And that's amazing, right? So I think that's what we are basically looking at, and we are saying that whatever we can enable, or we can create those platforms where these people can come and express themselves, make money for themselves, and do what they love doing, right? I think that's the thesis, right? And that's the broader thesis. In that, basically, ShareChat, Kuku FM, Friend, and many other kind of companies keep coming, and we generally wait for entrepreneurs to come and come up with specific business models. We try to build a thesis more on the horizontal side. What are the things which we want to do?
Right.
And if a good team comes and says we want to attack the same problem with a different angle, we are happy to support them and give them money.
Right. Before I get to Bisu and Ranjit, Mayank, will we also see a shift, from investing in apps that enable creators? Are you going to see VC firms investing directly in creators? For instance, I think Raj Shamani, right, who started this House of X, he's already raised one round of funding. He's raising another. Sharan Hegde has raised capital from Nikhil Kaman. So is that going to be the next wave where we are going to see, capital going into individual creators who have become brands?
Sure. See, I think the way to think about this creator is that it is a company of today. It's an enterprise. It's not one person, right? That one person is bringing the labor and the entrepreneurial spirit. But there are other tools now available for them to actually run a business. These tools could be the infra to create content. This could be distribution platforms. These could be payment or financing platforms. Once all of these tools are available, then why not that business, that one individual could build a large business?
But isn't that a key man risk that you're over-indexing on that one person?
Sure. So I think when that one person is able to use their own sort of followership to create a wedge and then build a business around it. So people, if they can build, let's say, a merchandising business around their initial piece of content and then get other people around them. Can this person become, there was this whole thesis around house of brands. Can this then start enabling smaller other creators to join their organization and start building off a running start, right? Not everybody can bootstrap their way. But this person has, let's say, 10 million followers. Can they start getting traffic to other creators? So it's a bigger business that you're building. Now it's about how much ambition that one person has. People could be very happy taking home 50 lakh a year. That's a very big number for a lot of people. But if somebody wants to build a legacy, wants to build a multi-generational company, yes, there are companies to be built, and capital will chase wherever there is value creation.
Look at what Mr. Beast has been able to do in the US, right? But Ranjit and Bisu, just your take. Both of you chose unconventional formats. Take us through that, because everybody was, going gaga over video, and you decided to focus on publishing. You decided to focus on audio. So again, what was the thinking there, and are you still convinced that, this is the way forward?
To go first?
Yeah. Actually we started CocoFM in 2018, and I think everyone have seen that adoption of internet after GeoWave. Today in India there are 800 million internet users. And if you see overall internet content, then most of the content is biased toward English content. And when we suddenly jumped on internet, when India suddenly jumped on internet, social media created vernacular content, but the good quality content, that mostly premium quality content that is long form, you want to learn or want to actually get entertainment, that was missing in the market. I think both of us exist at that stage that if you there is biased content on social media, but if you actually really want to consume good quality content, then it comes like Kuku FM and Pratilipi.
And a majority of your listeners, consumers of Kuku FM content, are the non-English.
Yes, we are vernacular. We started with Hindi. Today we exist in 7 languages. All of them are Indian languages, not English.
Wow. Ranjit?
So actually that's a wrong question to ask me. When we started building Pratilipi, even then we always said that it was not about literature, it was not about text. Thesis was always that great stories were powerful, are powerful, and will remain powerful irrespective of formats. So you have to start somewhere. So we started with text, but over a period of time we have launched Pratilipi FM for audio, Pratilipi Comics for comics, Westland for physical books, IVM for podcasts. Now we have roughly about 30 shows under development, including movies, TV shows, web series. So it was never about one format. It was never about literature. It was never about text.
It was about the story.
It was about the story, or the power of IP that can translate across formats, across languages, across geographies, hopefully soon enough.
Right. But Ranjit and Bisu, the common perception is that Indian consumers love content, but they don't like to pay for them.
I don't think anybody who is in the ecosystem thinks that. Anybody who is glued in the ecosystem. I have been saying this for 5-6 years. People have paid in China, people have paid in US, people have paid in US, Japan, Korea. If for some reason you think your country is a snowflake and somehow different, that here it will not happen, that's a very stupid argument. And right now I don't think anybody in the ecosystem believes that. Not just for Pratilipi, not just for Kuku FM, for Pocket, for Hotstar, for anyone, for ShareChat. Monetization is so much easier to crack than either attention or engagement is.
Your
I think it is not the problem of the money that people don't have money to pay. It was the problem of payment ecosystem, and that is solved by UPI. Now everyone in the country
easier to pay
UPI.
now because of UPI.
And actually now you can make product that can work on micro transaction, that can work on even subscription based model. This is the first time in India that you can develop actually subscription platform also. There is UPI autopay. Before this, there was no ecosystem of the payment. Even people had money, but they never had the trust that I can spend money on internet. Today, everyone has that trust. They spend money on internet. They are scanning the QR code. They are doing transactions. So I think everyone have money. Now they have the medium also to spend that money.
Right. Would you agree that UPI was an inflection? Yeah.
It was, but there is a bigger inflection point, which is that in any ecosystem, and I spent a lot of time in China trying to understand that 4-5 years back, it's also that you need to get to a critical mass where you have enough high quality content which is differentiated that people would want to pay. So UPI was of course what accelerated this process. But what really started this was Hotstar. So at least as a founder, I am so much thankful to them that they got first Game of Thrones and then IPL and then World Cups. If you have high quality differentiated content and you have a way to pay, people will pay. But if you don't have either high quality content, people will not pay. If you don't have differentiated content, you have the same kind of content other people have, people will not pay. And even if you have high quality differentiated content, if I don't have a mechanism to pay, like a UPI or a credit card or whatever else, then obviously I'll not pay. So you need all three to happen at the same time. But if it happens, then people start paying. And of course, once the penny gap is solved, once I have paid 1 rupee for one service, it's a lot easier for me to pay 1 rupee for another service and then 100 rupee for another service and 1,000 rupees for another service.
Got it.
So huge props to UPI, but huge props to Hotstar guys as well.
Got it. Madhukar and Mayank, take us through, monetization. Is microtransactions the big tipping point, the way to go when it comes to monetization on these platforms?
See, again, I think the way I look at it is that content business will never be monetized similar to a goods or a services business, right? So content is like a very unique phenomena which is on internet, right? And the way internet has worked, I think content will also have a similar kind of a monetization mechanism. So to expect that everyone will pay equal for the same value, I don't think that's going to happen, right? So there will be a power law. So like internet, on internet, 90% of the stuff is free, right? 10% of it. People who need most, who can maximize that knowledge, they pay a lot, right? I think the same thing is going to happen over here also. So people who will be able to concentrate value in content for a specific set of people, those specific set of people will give a lot of money on these platforms. They will spend a lot of money because they are deriving that value. And there will be many, many more, like maybe 100 times more consumers who will pay very, very little amount of money because they are not actually able to derive those value from that product, right? So that is why there will be platforms where 5%, 10% of the people will pay tons of money, which will make it really, really viable for these platforms to be profitable and very large in sizes. But to expect that each and every person will pay, I think we are not going to be US in the next 20 years also, right?
Mayank, would you agree? Because, you know, you've sort of been very big on this trend and you've seen it happening for ShareChat, how microtransactions have taken off on that platform.
See, I think I'll talk about maybe a bit of a sort of mega trend, step back, and then specifically on microtransactions. I think 4 or 5 years back, if you thought of a media platform, the only time it could monetize when it had a certain scale. It was a minimum scale, 10 million, 20 million MAUs, because below that you're not relevant to an advertiser because that was the only dollar available for media platforms. Today we are seeing companies at 400, 500,000 DAO also monetizing very well because they are going in the microtransaction route. I think Bisu spoke about subscriptions. We know about buying digital goods. I think the big sort of other trend that's been playing out is gifting. People are actually gifting their own hard-earned money in terms of digital rewards to creators, which goes directly into the creator's pocket. It's a trend that was always there in China. Nobody believed that it could happen in India, but it's happening in India. That is the fundamental trend that's also at play. I think the third sort of trend we are seeing is beyond ads and microtransactions, commerce revenue is also becoming very real.
That's right.
E-commerce revenue. E-commerce is like what, $70 billion market in India. You pick up any survey, users will, about more than half of the users will say they interact with product content on Instagram or on any of the platforms. If they're interacting, it is at some point in time directly or indirectly leading to a transaction. It is influencing their transaction. And now there are platforms who are helping close the loop as well. So we invested in the company Wishlink, which is working just on that, where creators have their presence across multiple platforms, selling products over there or recommending products and then making money off that recommendation. So I feel now we are getting to that point where commerce itself, influence-driven commerce, is also a very real revenue opportunity for the creators who are in that category.
Got it. Very, very interesting points, Mayank, particularly on the influence-driven commerce and the others. Ranjit, what impact is AI going to have for startups like yours? And maybe Bisu can also weigh in, and then Mayank can.
I think all of us can do like a lot of learning from history if we just stop believing that we are somehow unique. I think the last big technology, and again, depending on who you ask, some people would say that AI is essentially the next big technology after mobile or internet. Some people will say that it's next big technology after paper or fire. But I think the big three, in my opinion, at least in the modern age, have been printing press, internet, and then AI. And in each case, what has happened with the new technology is that suddenly a lot more people can become suppliers. So before printing press was invented, you could have like maybe 100 books, 1,000 books, maybe 10,000 books. And even those books could have been only 10, 20, 50 copies each. When internet came along, suddenly instead of when printing came along, suddenly you could have like hundreds of thousands of creators. And these creators, some of them at least, could have like 1 million copies sold. When internet came along, this tens of thousands became like millions, and the copies sold became again tens of millions. And I'm talking about books, but the same logic applies to every other format as well. Just think of it as like content, don't think of it as books. I think with AI, the same thing is going to happen. Right now, to be able to publish, let's say, a book, you still need a cover designer, an editor, and so many other things, different things. With AI, I think a lot more people would be able to become creators, and similarly, the most successful creators would have even more outsized impact. So it's going to essentially, I don't know how it's going to play out, like the details of it, but at least at a high level, we are going to see a lot more creators, people who we never thought that they could be creators in the current environment, creating the kind of content that was supposed to be like only 10 people can create this
So
kind
we'll
of
give them more tools to create content. So,
Yeah. So in my opinion, like actually AI is increasing the output of the whatever creator is producing. So like in Kuku FM, we can see if one creator like used to produce a story in let's say 10 hours, now they are able to produce that story in like 2 to 3 hours. And the reason is behind that because there are multiple things that can get automated by AI. If like creator is good in voice, they will record in their own voice, but there are multiple things like thumbnail, fact check.
so people have already started doing that in a significant
already using
fashion.
it. Yes, yes. And sometimes we use like behind audio, you can give some graphics. People are generating images also. Now you like for the hiring a designer to create that image, it is very expensive. But using through these tools, it is like so easy and it is very fast also.
So you see more stories, more content coming out at a greater
I will
frequency.
say that creator can get like 5x output now.
Wow. Okay. We're coming to the last 5 minutes, so I'm very quickly going to ask all of you to give us 1 or 2 trends that you think will take off when it comes to the creator economy or the digital economy, like you said, and the startup ecosystem. Ranjit, you want to go first?
I think mine would sound a little self-serving. I think we'll start seeing a lot more cross-format, cross-language, cross-geography, IP pollination.
Because you're now cross-format.
We are already seeing that happen since like the Harry Potters and the Marvels
Yeah.
and the DC
Yeah.
comics of the world. But I think we'll start seeing this like so much more.
Got it. Mayank?
I personally think that all the tools that help creators run their business more effectively and make more money are fantastic investments. Think of these as building SaaS, but for creators who are the enterprise. So if somebody is building a subscription management platform, an engagement platform, monetization platform to help creators do better with their business, those are also going to be fabulous businesses because they are not affected by one creator or one industry or one type.
They are the pipe.
They are the pipe.
They are the pipe. So,
And pipes are good businesses to invest in.
and is that something that you're looking at?
Yeah, we've already made investments. So Turnip is in that space, helping gamers engage and monetize their
So
community.
you'll
Wriggy.
also look at the pipe than what
Absolutely.
runs on
So,
it.
that's something very exciting for me.
Madhukar?
Yeah, I think the trend which I'm very excited about is that right now while the creator economy is doing very well, but still it's very concentrated at the top, right? So I think
When you say concentrated at the top,
like most of the money is being made
the
by
top 10, 15.
yeah.
But
I was just trying to
isn't
get
that
a sense.
true of anything that you know?
Yeah, but right now it is very agency-like, right? So it's like you need to have a very high agency. You should be able to do 5 things very well, then only you can come at the top, right? I think out of those 5 things, maybe 1 is good enough for you to come at the top if the other 4 is done by the ecosystem, right? So I think what Mayank was saying, not only in sense of business, but in some sense of creating a democratic kind of a platform where if somebody comes with a certain talent, they are able to basically monetize themselves
More effectively with...
because right now the percentage of the total creators who are monetizing is very small, right? I think that number has to increase, then only this will remain exciting. Otherwise, a lot of creators will just fall off, right? It's a trend now, so everyone wants to be a creator, but when they will realize that in 3 years they didn't make a lot of money and all the money was made by only 5,000 or 10,000, 20,000 people, then the millions will lose the
The mojo to
yeah,
keep.
mojo, and then they
Yeah.
will walk away, right? That's what happened with Ola and Uber drivers, right? You don't want that to happen, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I remember the headlines at one point used to be, Ola Uber drivers earn more than a software engineer. This.
I think from founder side, who is helping the creators to distribute the content that will become the more valuable. If like Pratilip is making for writers, if we are making for audio, YouTube is making for video. For creator side, I think there is audience for everybody. I think they will learn how to hook the users. And rest of the things, AI or all these tools will help, but at the end it will like land on your storytelling. And that will exist actually in power law. So I think people will become more and more better at like storytelling, and then that will win in the market.
Right.
Because it will get hooked your audience, and then you can monetize that thing.
Right. Final question, Ranjit. We were talking about this, how creators are, you should look at them as enterprises, not as individuals, because they start out as creators and then, a business is built around them. They're getting into merchandising and so on and so forth. So in that case, is that the biggest risk for enabling platforms like yours, that, creators will just go direct?
I think that's a valid question. That's one of the reasons, smaller reasons, but still one of the reasons why we have taken an IP ecosystem approach. So for example, can a penguin, let's say, or can an agent give a writer more money if he goes for penguin for writing and then let's say cuckoo for audio and then somebody else for movie and somebody else for comics and so on and so forth? Theoretically, yes. But that is the approach that we have taken essentially, that if you're working with us, then we can do the physical book, we can do the literature, we can do the movie part, we can do the podcast. You don't really have to go to the agency. So essentially, we are our own agency if the writer wants. So for us, that risk kind of doesn't exist as much, but in theory, sure, that is a valid point.
Great. On that note, thank you all very much for joining us on this session. A lot of interesting insights. Thank you very much.
For the interesting conversation. One more round, please. One more. Talia, dosto, talia. Thank you so much. Lovely audience. Okay, so far we have discussed how the creator economy is booming in India and the responsibilities creators have. It's time now to find out what is that creators really want. Is it about fame? Is it about engagement? What are the emerging streams of monetization? How will generative AI impact them? Are they at the mercy of platforms and algorithms? How do they cope with the increasing competition with new creators emerging every day? Do regional creators get the same as the ones creating in English and Hindi? To answer this, we have with us some of the sensational content creators in the country who have informed, entertained and made us laugh. Please allow me to introduce the moderator of the session, Virat Sheth, co-founder and CEO of Monk Entertainment, a company that powers and supports some of India's most prominent content creators. Also, let's please welcome on stage Abhiraj and Niyati, whom we all know as Abhi and Niyu, the multilingual and multifaceted Sai Godbole, and the man who has a flair to explain complex subjects in simple ways and no one can forget his viral chat with Elon Musk, Madan Gauri. Viraj, over to you.
Hi, awesome. Thank you so much. Fantastic to be here at the Creator Economy Summit. I mean, these are all people I know, we work closely with. I'm just going to keep it very candid, and we'll honestly towards the end take some questions also, because more than us talking, I think it is for us to know what you guys want to know. I will ask some same questions that I have asked them across very many panels that we have done, but also some new questions, because we now have cool new things like AI and things like that that take away people's jobs and also help us make better content. So I'll start with Abhiraj and Niyati. You guys have been doing this for a while now. It's been what, 6, 7 years?
Yeah, we can say that.
Roughly. So what what is the challenge now? Like, what motivates you to keep doing this? Is it getting monotonous? What is, helping you get up in the morning and be like, okay, I'm going to do one more video? What are these things? I want to know from each one of you, because I am assuming both of you have different answers.
We are starting deep, so then we'll start off with a deep question. Just 1 second, you take.
So for me, the motivating factor is to actually interact with the audience. And when they come to us and they tell us that they found something really valuable in our videos, that really motivates me. Or if there's any feedback, for example, I talk a lot about menstrual cups on Instagram, and when girls come and they tell me that we saw your stories and we tried it out and we're never going back to pads again, that's very inspiring. When people actually listen and they actually find something that we did useful, that's very motivating, because then it means that people get some value out of what we do.
So as she spoke about motivation, let me speak a little bit about the challenge. Right now, as you guys saw, that I got a phone, and that phone was from my dadi. And I had to disconnect that phone because I am on a panel and I practically can't take it. But how am I going to explain it to her right now? For the next half an hour, I'll be thinking that what would be the thing that's going on in her mind. So it's always, we have to understand that we are also a public figure, but we are also a person. We are also a private person. I'm somebody's grandson. I'm somebody's son. And just balancing these responsibilities become a challenge. Because for all of us creators, all of this success, all of this fame, and everything that we take for granted right now has come really, really fast. And when something comes really fast, you can't really understand what's happening. Sometimes it just gets very overwhelming. And then you make mistakes, you learn from them, and then you try to improve yourself and be a better human being. So the biggest challenge is to remind myself that apart from being a creator, we are also a human being, and a human being has their flaws. So that's the biggest challenge that we face. Yeah.
Interesting pieces of answers. I'll ask Madan the same question, because this question is relevant to him, and then get to Sai. What's your biggest challenge now, and what's motivating you to you make daily videos, which is just insane to me. For 6-7 years, you've been uploading a video every day. Have you missed any days, here and there a few?
No.
You've not missed a single day of upload since how many years?
I think it's 2,500 days.
That's just insane. I mean, I think you need that kind of commitment to reach almost 10 million subscribers, be one of the biggest YouTubers in the country. I'm sure there are phases where you wake up and, like most of us feel like, today I don't want to hit the gym. I'm sure you face the same about being in front of the camera sometimes. How do you manage, your travel schedule, still ensuring that you upload, ensuring that you wake up every day and feel like, today I have to churn up content? Because I'm sure there are low days, there are days when you're going through some personal problems, and you just feel like, I just don't want to do it today.
I'll answer that, but before that I have to tell a huge thank you to you, Viraj. Yeah, I'll tell you why. The event we are in, it's a creator economy summit, right? The whole creator economy as a creator for me started because before 4 years you gave me a call. I have never done an integration until that date. I never knew a creator could say something and people would buy it, or people can be actually influenced and brands would actually pay for it. I never really thought that that could be possible. I was a creator already for 2 years by then, but all I relied was on Google ad revenue because YouTube was paying me and that's the only money I knew of. And then Viraj gives me a call. We have never met, and we actually met after a year after we started working. We have never met until that date. And Viraj actually said, bro, you should actually start doing integrations. You should start building a career out of this, because I was also working in another company back then. So everything started, and it's a butterfly effect. I'm sitting in Moneycontrol's Creator Summit. There is no way this would have happened if that call didn't happen.
Appreciate it. But coming
back to this.
Yeah, like you were doing a job and you were still uploading videos.
Yeah.
For the first 2 years.
Yeah. So anyway, the reason why I post video daily is I had an accident in between and I was not doing well. So I had a major car accident. And I wanted to just take a day off. My grandmother passed away, who was very dear to me. I wanted to take a day off on that particular day also. But when the clock hit 6 p.m., I start getting DMs from thousands of people asking me why I have not uploaded the video. I'm not able to take that tea because I drink tea when I'm watching your video. I have my dinner when I'm watching your video. So to have that impact with people you have never met, right? That impact will always keep me going. There is no pause until I get that attention, I would say. End of the day, let it be a cricketer or a movie star or anyone, whatever they do it for the applause. They do it for the criticism. They do it for the comments. So when I get it, there is no stop for me. That keeps me going. Yeah.
That's crazy. That's insane to me. Sai, with you, we have a flip side of the story where you may not be as consistent with your uploads, but that's also because you're dabbling into 10 things. You're a singer, you're an actor, you're also a creator. I think you do the best accents in the country probably. You're at least right there in the top. That's how I discovered your content as well. But with you, it's a little different. You don't post as actively, but whenever you post, like, it is definite to get a lot of views. So what's your approach to being a creator? You're also, I mean, much newer in the industry as opposed to these folks. You're also Instagram first, as opposed to being Facebook first initially and YouTube first initially. So what's the approach that, you know, creators like you or your generation are, you know, thinking of content like?
Right, thank you so much. Firstly, I'm so honored to be here. As you said, I'm fairly new to this. It's not even been a year
That's
for
insane.
me. I started, like, I put out the video that you've seen, I put it out last year in December, mid-December.
Right.
And it snowballed into that, thanks to Chaitral, thanks to you. And firstly, I'm so honored to be here with people that I've actually looked up to and are so inspiring. The thing with me is because I didn't have it in my mind, I didn't start out to be a content creator. I just posted a few videos that I was passionate about. I was like, I'm going to sing and I'm going to do accents and I'm going to dance and I'm going to do a few characters. I'm going to do this and that. And that's when it picked up. And what I didn't realize is it was eventually going to help me get to, say, better seats at auditions and better calls to sing songs as playback. So content creation helped me with that. So my motivation behind putting a video is a challenge for me, as in what new can I do which is going to make people aware of the fact that I can do this as well. So that is the process.
That's quite interesting. Madan, you put up a very interesting point about the fact that we all do it for the applause. I want to bring in Niyati here and understand what, I mean, you guys are really famous. You guys are uploading videos very regularly, millions of views on each video. I mean, I don't even know how many views you do every month. I'm assuming it's 30, 40, 50 million, something like that. Yeah, on one platform that is, which is crazy, just on YouTube. So there is clearly a lot of fame involved. You guys are also from a very normal upbringing. I mean, how do you take this? Like, there is, you guys have done commerce. You have studied from the same colleges that we have. NM. How does your life change?
For us, I don't think it has changed much. We are very private individuals. We don't post much about our personal lives on social media. In fact, every time we post a story saying we are married, people will be like, oh, I thought you were brother and sister. And we were like, no, married. So that's how private we are. It has not changed because till date when I go to the studio, I travel by bus because that's how I've always traveled. I'm local to Mumbai. I love traveling by bus. So I still travel by bus and take full pride in paying 5 rupees and saving money there. So that's how it is. It's not changed. We sit in our chairs, put our heads down and work, and That's how it is. That's why when you say you're quite famous, I'm like, acha. Okay.
I mean,
Thank
thing
you.
is, maybe you guys don't encounter it that much because you guys are usually spending all this time in doing research for your content, which is extremely research intensive. And that's one thing that I have noticed. Most people think so. I mean, being a content creator is one of those jobs which looks so easy on the outside, right? It's like, क्या है यार, ये तो कैमरा उठा के वीडियो बना रहा है बस. What's the big deal about this? ये तो मैं भी कर सकता हूँ. My question to all of those people is, करके दिखा. Like, that's okay, do it. Don't say it, because it's easy to do it maybe for one video, 5 videos, 10 videos, but to do like 2,500 videos, to do like thousands of videos with that much research. Like, I have seen Niyati, go through like websites and documents that most people have probably not even heard of. But these are all like official websites, like government websites. So they're going through all of this data and then coming up with a concise, maybe 5-minute, 10-minute video, a 1-minute reel. So, I mean, there is incredible effort in that. Maybe that's why, I mean, you don't know what impact you guys are creating, but clearly there is a lot to it. So, Abhi, what's your take on just fame and
So we have a love-hate relationship with fame. So what happens is when you first taste fame, you love it. But then you slowly start realizing that fame does not solve the real problems that actually matter to you. So we take care of puppies and we wanted to get them adopted. And we were putting out stories and trying to make sure that people adopt them. But a lot of times people would just message us and say that we will come to see the puppies just because they want to meet us. So that is when fame can be counterproductive as well. So fame does help you get your voice out there. It does create an impact, but it may not solve all of your problems. So Jim Carrey had this speech and where he said that I wish everybody would get all the fame, all the money in the world just so that they realize that this is not it. This will not make you happy. The things that make you happy, you can realize them without fame, without money. And Mahendra Singh Dhoni said this in one of his speeches, that ultimately what matters to me is that when I will go back home, I have 3 dogs and they will love me regardless of how much I have scored out there. So that is the kind of relationships that actually matter. So that is what fame has taught me, that to differentiate between what actually matters to me as an individual and what is all superficial, what is all just like a sunset, which will just fade away. So yeah, but something that does make a difference is that last year we were in Bengaluru and somebody came to me and said that after watching your videos, I feel like there is hope in staying back in India. Because there has been so much that has been said negatively about India that it feels like this is a country which is not worth our time, which is not worth staying back. And that is what we want to change through content. That's why we make sure that in every video, in every critical video, we take the effort to think about some sort of a solution. Because if the cream of this country leaves this country, then who will realize the dream that is this country? So yeah, that's what it needs to be.
That is commendable, man. I think that's what we're all trying to achieve here, is stop the brain drain, like in many ways, but basically be like flag bearers in the sense that our country is not the best, but we can make it better. So that's fantastic. Madan, with you, I mean, you are from South India. There is a clear, massive fan culture over there. We know how the celebrities in the South, the movie actors, the film stars in the South are literally worshipped. There are temples of a lot of these guys there. So you have tasted, your fair share of that adulation, that fame with your followers, with your subscribers. Give us an insight, and I have been with you in your state. I know how difficult it is for you to even walk out of your house many times. What's happening? Because you're also coming again from similar backgrounds. You were doing a job in the US, you came back to India, you were working in an IT firm, doing your everyday regular guy stuff. And suddenly, after a few years, with a lot of hard work, you've shot to fame. You become the guy that, politicians want to hang out with, movie actors want to hang out with, have millions of fans. How do you take all of that? Does it not get to your head? How do you handle this?
I'll be shameless here. I enjoy it. I love it. And the first thing I realized is in Mumbai, people don't know me, so how can I make Madan Gauri more famous in Mumbai? Was the
Right.
first thing.
Right.
I think every time I land in Mumbai airport. I was the kid when I was actually a very small kid, right? When I was like 10 years old, I used to think how I should talk when there are 100 mics in front of me. When I scored centum in my 12th exam, board exams, but I actually failed in my maths exam when I was 10 years old. So, but I always wanted to be influential. I always wanted people to look at me and listen to what I say. I'll tell you something very funny that recently happened. So the India-Pakistan match happened, right? So a lot of noise was going about it. And I thought it was my chance to, spread some love because there was a lot of hatred being talked from both countries. In Twitter is a place where people just fight. So I thought I will put a picture that I took on an India-Pakistan match that happened in Sri Lanka, which I went to, where I so happened to meet a bunch of Pakistani fans and a bunch of Indian fans. So I clicked the picture together, and I used that picture and posted a tweet recently saying, see, we need not hate each other. Let's actually have, some kind of respect. That was the idea of the tweet. But what happened is I got more trolled for that particular picture by both sides, but some Indians and by some Pakistanis. But the secret is, I was like, okay, now these guys know me. Now these guys know I exist. So, so of all the things that goes around, right, as a Tamil guy, I always had this big ego issue. We always had Bollywood actors who are called Indian actors. Then we had Tamil actors. Then we have Telugu actors. Then we have Malayalam cinema. No, it's cinema. It's not North Indian cinema. It's not South Indian cinema. It's not Hindi cinema. It took RRR, it took KGF, it took Bahubali to mention the fact that they are just actors. There is no partiality between that. They are Indian actors. That's it. So similarly, when we come to this fame part, right? One of my life goals probably is to break this barrier. I want Abhi and Neo to be as famous as they are in Mumbai, as to be equally famous in Madurai. I want to be known in Jammu and Kashmir. I want to be known in New York. So this fame is something that I think anyone in the show business is running behind. You cut money from all these actors, all these cricketers, all these creators. They will still continue to do the same thing because they do it for the fame, not for the money.
Very interesting and honest insight on that front. Sai, what about you? Like you said, you've just been in the industry for a year now. You're also an actor. You're coming up with your new movie now, which is directed by legendary director Subhash Ghai. What's been your experience with fame?
It's been really, so the thing is, since I was very little, I've been wanting to do everything. So usually we get advice as stick to one thing, it's better, like jack of all trades, master of none. But since I was young, because you mentioned like school and your results, so I was academically sort of on the brighter side. So I wanted to do that. Then I was a sports captain, so I wanted to do that. But then I also wanted to go for annual day singing rehearsals, but then I also wanted to dance and I wanted to be in the play. So like since I was very young, my parents told me that these aspects, all of these things that you're doing, basically performing arts or sports or academics, will get you a lot of fame or money. But at the end of the day, it's passion what really drives me every day. I'm not saying like money is not important, fame is not nice. They're really good and they really, validation basically feels really great, but I'm genuinely passionate about everything I do. Like if I wake up in the morning and if you tell me that I can't sing or act or dance or do accents, I will just have no purpose. Like there's no point in living. And it might seem like it is genuinely coming from a very genuine place because I'm so passionate. And the fact that I get to do it
on multiple platforms. Like I thank my stars every day. And I'm also grateful again to Chaitral and to you because I thought, so I used to watch creators make lots of content, but I never really saw creators actually make singing content and also like multiple so I didn't know how well received it would be. I thought I should like just stick to one thing, and then for my acting just audition, for my singing just like sing, and on Instagram make a certain type of content. But I was given that freedom and I was given that sort of insight from you and from our agency that you can make whatever you want as long as it's authentic and as long as it has quality, because there is an audience for everything you make, and I'm very grateful.
That's true. I mean, I feel like, the internet is so vast, especially India is so vast. There is an audience for everyone. Like today, we have a creator that is literally just showing you properties, and that's doing millions of views. We have creators that are doing gardening content, which is so niche. You would think like gardening content kaun dekhne wala hai yaar, ki what kind of you guys are passionate about it.
Very addictive.
Yeah. So it's like कि इसमें ये fertilizer जाएगा, इसमें कितने लोग ही देखेंगे, but there is an audience for each of these genres, which is crazy that, I mean, each one of you guys are technically like different genres that have found your own sort of community to back you. Which brings me to the question that, I mean, which is something that Moneycontrol has asked me to ask you guys as well, which is, what is it that creators want? So, I mean, I'll start with you guys.
It depends. I mean, as I said, creators are humans, and all humans want certain things from life. So, have you guys heard of Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs? So basically, hierarchy of needs is that it's a pyramid, and once you achieve one level, then you move up the pyramid, and then you want something else. So it depends where you are at the pyramid. Basically, thinking from a creator standpoint, the first thing is physiological needs. If the content creation industry is just giving me something to earn so that I can make sure that I'm secure, then that's the first thing. Then we think about the other things, that whether it's providing me security, whether it's giving me the love of people. Then we move on to self-esteem and self-actualization, where we think about what is our purpose. Now we have 10 million subscribers. What does it mean to add 1 more million to it? Does it make a difference? Does it not make a difference? You start asking such difficult questions to yourself. And then you wonder that 10 years down the line or 50 years down the line, are people going to remember you? And if they are going to remember you, then are they going to remember you by somebody who was famous on the internet once, or somebody who has done something that is worth remembering, that has made a difference in a lot of people's lives? So it depends where you are at the content creation pyramid, and there is no right or wrong. Somebody who is just starting out, for them to get a brand deal. For example, when we got our first brand deal, it was a huge thing for us, because as Madan said, that we could never imagine that there is somebody who's willing to pay us just for 1 minute of saying something and introducing it to our audience. We never knew that our word had value, and that assurance that our word has value means a lot, and it still does. So it really depends on where you are. Yeah.
So I have a lot of different answers for this.
Go for it.
So one of the conversations we have is about what do we want to do in 10 years? What do we want to be remembered as? And I'll boil it down to one word, which both of us keep discussing, and that's legacy. For us, and I think for a lot of creators, it's about leaving behind a legacy. It's to leave behind a very tangible impact, and to have, it's like Matthew Perry said, that I don't, when I die, I want to be remembered for friends the last, and I want to be remembered for how I help people with life first, and for my role in friends last. So I think that is, legacy is one thing. The other thing that I I really want is to have a business, because that's apart from content creation, because one, I have an aptitude for it, and two, I really feel like we need a lot more women in business. So if I actually want to change things, if I actually want to employ a lot of people, I want to make some actual difference in the country, then I might as well do it myself. So that's the other thing. And the third thing is, once I actually build a business and get some time, I'd love to travel, because I really want to scuba dive, and I want to scuba dive and have a whale in my vicinity. Like, I want to see a whale. After that, if I die, I'm fine. I'm like, okay, I saw a whale.
That's a very interesting statement by Niyati. I want a whale in my vicinity. That's crazy. But I mean, like really inspiring things and ambitions, like in one statement, legacy, business, especially women in business that needs more representation. And once all of that is done, just travel and be chilling with whales. That's cool. What about you, Madan? What do you feel creators want, and would you recommend people to become creators?
One, I think most creators want to be in this business for the longer run.
Most creators want to be?
Yes. Every creator wants
But do you think they're able to?
No, that's why everyone wants to be there. Because what happens is today, you can, see, getting famous is very easy on the internet. You do some random thing that most will not. You're famous.
Elvish bhai ke aage koi bol sakta hai kya?
Subtitle?
No,
okay.
Template.
Okay. Anyway, so getting famous on the internet is easy. You can do that. But remaining someone people trust, or remaining someone people talk about. You know, the biggest fear of a creator is being forgotten. It's not criticism. You can be criticized. You can be trolled. You can be dissed. But if someone is not talking about you, you're just not in the business.
I mean, isn't that everyone's goal? Like,
I'm pretty sure everyone has this fear deep down.
Correct.
What if we go irrelevant? That word, relevancy.
Yeah.
People want to be relevant. Creators want to be relevant. And the second part, would I suggest people to be creators?
Yeah.
Depends on the people. I think this needs a madness. You know, being a creator needs madness. Just like you, bro. Like, you sit in office at Saturday night at 1 a.m.
Do not recommend it to anyone. If you want to work 70 hours a week, it's up to you. So I don't take responsibility, but yeah, sometimes I do work on Saturdays and Sundays.
Saturdays, Sunday. No, I know. Yeah. So that's madness. You don't do it for the money. You don't do it for, because someone is asking you to do it. You just do it because you are mad about it. You are passionate about it. So if someone has that zeal to do that, I would recommend that. Because, in COVID, I don't know if this happened in the northern part of the country, but this happened in southern part of the country. A lot of actors and actresses started their YouTube channel during COVID. Everyone just started YouTube channel because it's money. But what happened? Yeah. And once COVID, ends, right? People went back to their business. They are not creators anymore.
Right.
So this needs a madness to continue doing something. So if people have that madness and zeal towards this, I would definitely recommend such people to do this, because it's like F1 driver. You risk a lot of things to do this.
Right.
Yeah.
Say, what about you?
That's actually, yes, you do need madness. And the great part about content creation, as you said, that people started, the thing is, it's a platform for everybody. It is literally on your phone. Maybe you can't go to, say, if you want to make a film, you will need a team, and you will need budgets accordingly. You will need, the release part is completely different.
Right.
But with the content piece, you can make it and you can release it at the same time so easily. And so I think that's really wonderful. And
what does a creator want?
What does okay? So a creator wants to, like they said, to be remembered. So which is why we see so many different sort of types of content, because everybody wants to do something unique, and doing something unique is a very fast way to be remembered.
Right.
But again, if you do something unique, you get labeled as that girl or like
Right.
that guy.
Is there something you face at that accent girl?
Yes, which is why I sort of quickly also transitioned into, hey, listen to my songs.
That's cool, yeah.
So you want to be remembered, you want to be visible, you also want to use it as a platform to also go somewhere else. Like for
Right.
me, it is to,
Movies.
like movies and music is my whole life.
Correct.
So that gave me, content creation gave me so much visibility that I was already being shortlisted. People who I have never met, rooms that I've never been in, were having conversations about me and they already knew what I did. So
crazy.
that gave me such a huge push to do this. And one more thing, what Ryan Reynolds said, that you have to take ownership of your talent and you have to monetize your art.
Right.
And sometimes you don't realize how to do it. Like I can act, how do I monetize it sitting right here? I can sing, how do I monetize it?
Right.
You know, so social media is the best way to do that. It's so great for artists.
That's
So,
true.
yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
Very, very good points right there. I am going to ask you guys one last question before we move to some questions from the audience. Do we have a mic that we can put out in the audience by any chance? Or, I mean, yeah, we can give you, okay, we do. What content are you watching these days? It can't be your own channel.
You want an honest answer?
Yeah, very, very extremely honest answer.
Look, honestly speaking, on such platforms, people like to give the answers that you would like to listen, but then we are different from what people think we are. So we love to watch cat videos. We
Cat
love
videos. So you are like all of us.
No,
You're-
I watch gameplay videos. I still watch
Gameplay videos?
Yeah, I watch
Of what game?
Elden Ring gameplay videos.
That's
Dude.
crazy. Like, I think no one expected
When
that
I'm not
answer
playing,
from you.
no,
Yeah.
I'm a gamer. Okay, I love playing video games.
That's crazy. That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, when we are spending our private time, we love to watch something that does not remind us that we are creators. So then we watch something completely opposite on the spectrum. So we will watch cat videos, gaming videos, something that, you know, does not remind us, ki, okay, this one is editing better than us, we should improve. So then just that escape is worth it.
Cat videos and gameplay videos. That's insane. What are you watching these days?
So the thing is, when my mom is like, what are you doing on your phone? I tell her that I'm hanging out on Instagram. That's like my
What?
new thing because it's just, I leave it up to the algorithm. I literally stopped searching things on YouTube or
Right.
like going to my explore page and typing people's names. I'm just like,
Surprise me,
yeah,
Instagram.
ooh, a cat, and then a baby, and then ASMR, and then something that has happened somewhere. So I'm
Right.
hanging out on Instagram, leaving it up to the...
That's crazy. What about you, Madan?
I'm listening to all the old songs.
Old songs?
Yeah, all old songs. You know, Dhoni posted a video of his retirement with an
Yeah,
Amitabh song.
correct.
Ek pal ko pa shayar, something,
Yeah.
that Hindi. But
You're listening to Hindi, old Hindi
yeah,
songs?
yeah. I don't know. I don't understand it, but it somehow makes sense to me. I don't know why.
Music
That's
is
universal.
I'm listening to Tamil songs. I'm listening to A.R. Rahman in Tamil.
Cross-cultural vibe
Yeah.
happening here. Fantastic.
and recently there was a song Dulquer Salman was in. It's a Hindi song. Again, I don't understand.
Hiriye.
It. Yeah, Hiriye. Again,
Yeah.
I have no idea why it keeps popping in my YouTube. But I keep listening to it every
Because
time.
Reels is feeding you that.
Yeah.
But that's fantastic. We'll open this up to the audiences. Anyone who wants to ask a question to any of the panelists. We have,
So I have two questions. I can ask two questions.
Sure.
First one is for Abhi and you. So in the beginning of your content creation journey, how did you make sure that your voice was being heard by the audience? Because it takes a lot to gain the trust of people, to be a relying source for information, and based on your like genre, it's like you have to be good in your research. So how did you make sure in the beginning that you gain that trust from people? The second question is from everyone. If you could change your genre to something else, what would it be?
So one of the first videos of ours that went viral, so before lockdown, we created travel content. We used to travel all over India, and we had a series called 100 Reasons to Love India. So at that point of time, the only opposition people had was, this is positive content, nobody is going to watch it. So we kind of were like, हाँ ठीक है, nobody is going to watch it, so we'll put it out anyway. देख लेंगे. And then eventually people kind of started enjoying it and they stuck around. So that's how it began. So then we really didn't have to worry about anything. People loved it anyway. After lockdown, one of our first videos that went viral was TikTok security concerns. And we found that out after reading TikTok's privacy policy in their terms of service. So because it was from the source itself, that's why it was, you can't dispute what they're putting in their own terms of service. So that's what it is. The one way you can be authoritative is to go to the source. People can give opinions on a lot of stuff, but if you actually read the law, for our type of content, if you read the law, if you read numbers from the budget, there's not really much black and white about it. I mean, those are what the numbers are. So then that gives a lot of credibility.
What I've learned is personal content is universal content. If you want to create something that gives value to others, you need to look inwards and figure out what are the problems that you had. And that's the beauty of this platform, that you can just share your experiences in a way that is personal to you and people will resonate to it. So the trick is to look inwards. What matters to you? What were the problems you were facing 5 years ago? How did you find the solution to that? And that personal answer to your question will be your answer. That's how you can make content relatable, by keeping it personal.
No, she said if you could make some other genre, they can answer, but I'd love to make gaming videos, but nobody watches Assassin's Creed Odyssey in India, so there's no point playing it. Like, people in India like to watch Minecraft and Fortnite and yeah. So nobody likes watching open world RPG games in India, so I'm clearly born in the wrong country.
Hopefully you can start the trend.
I'm clearly born in the wrong country.
What about you guys? What genre would you change the content to?
I might start a spiritual channel if I have
Spiritual
to
channel.
switch.
Crazy.
Probably.
You are teaching people how to meditate and all that.
No, probably visit different, important sites and start explaining about
Very
it because I want to know it myself.
Oh yeah, I would love to talk about films and I would love to talk about relationships as well. So then I don't need to change the genre. We can just start a new channel and talk about relationships. So yeah.
What about you, Sai?
I've started out as multi-genre.
Right.
So
But if you were to change the genres from the ones that you're doing, so you do acting, singing, accents, what would you do beyond that?
Ooh, like sports stuff.
Sports.
I'm a huge Formula
Fitness.
1 fan. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool, cool. Who's next? Anyone? Yeah, please.
Anyone can answer this question. How you guys handle creative blocks and what strategies you guys use to reignite your creativity?
Creative blocks.
Sleep. No, literally. Sometimes there is nothing that you can do to overcome creative block. Just call it a day and start fresh tomorrow. Yeah.
Okay. Same answer?
Being from Tamil Nadu, right, I have this advantage. I can look at Hindi creators and see what is working. Yeah, I have
Very honest
shamelessly seen so many of their content and say, oh, this content works. Probably I'll try that. I told them just
Translated.
Yeah.
That's a good hack, honestly.
I think having a very, very difficult quality control process for yourself invents a creative block. So if you're like too hard on yourself, that's the reason for a creative block.
Right.
So sometimes to just take it easy, in your head it's much worse than what actually is happening. So the creative block is you trying to just be like, no, I have to be the best. No, this has to do better. This has to be, people are waiting for me. It's their love. But just being easy on yourself.
That's cool. We'll take one last question. Anyone? Okay, there you go. Yeah, at the end.
Hi, Abhi and you. Saurabh this side. So currently I'm having a fan moment right now. So good to see you here. So your video requires a lot of in-depth research, okay? In case, like, you have uploaded the full content and you found some error on that video. So what's your next step? I mean...
We apologize.
No. In case if your video crosses million views, Okay, so what goes on? Do you delete that video or you re-upload the content?
I don't think deleting the video is required. We can just put a pinned comment saying that this is a mistake that we made. A lot of times the mistake can be of various levels. Like in one video, it was the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and at that time it was the month of February, and by mistake in the very first line we wrote March, and it wasn't March. So there were around 1,000 comments of people saying, you said March, you said March.
It's Feb,
And
it's not March.
So yeah,
it's
so
Feb.
if it's that kind of an error, then we can just
Anantha.
apologize, put it in a pinned comment or something. And now YouTube offers many tools that you can trim content. So we explore them. It depends from piece to piece.
All the best for your upcoming.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you guys, for being fantastic panelists. And thank you, Moneycontrol, for having us at this fantastic summit.
Guys, I have one question. You guys talked about making thousands of videos. So for creators, is it 70 hours a week or is it more? Do you guys spend more than that or is it 70 hours?
Every waking moment.
Creators don't sleep only.
Yeah, we don't sleep.
So they fit the 70-hour-a-week criteria.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually sitting here and going through my Twitter account, seeing what could be the next topic. So we work the whole time.
No, but our staff works for only 8 hours, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we kick them out at 6, saying Niklo. So.
Perfect, perfect.
Cool.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so
Thank you.
And request Sai to please stay back for a moment. Okay. So, So there were some amazing insights, and the reason I asked and requested rather for Sai to stay back is because Sai, I have followed you on Instagram, especially your posts, your content uploads with the multi-language and accents. We were just hoping if you could do something for us as well today on something about money control, creator economy in 5 different ways.
Oh, you want the accent? Okay.
That would be great.
I'll just talk about the event in like.
Perfect, perfect. Sounds good. Could we please check on the mic?
Check. Oh, it is. Okay, so we'll do a British accent, a Valley girl, French, and Irish. Okay. So it's so absolutely lovely to be here. It was such a wonderful event, and I'm so honoured to be a part of this event right now. It was like really cool, like all this. Thank you firstly for inviting me, and it was a really fun experience. And it was my first time at Moneycontrol, and I would love to be invited again to have conversation with all of you. And like, thank you for being like a really lovely audience. You guys were absolutely spectacular. So see you next year. Thank you.
Brilliant, brilliant, Sai, I must say. And that's a video that's going to go viral. And guys, please remember to post on social media MC Creator Summit, hashtag MC Creator Summit. Thank you so much, Sai, for that amazing act. And now we come to a fireside chat that we have all been waiting for. For this, I would like Chandra to come back on stage, please. It's not every day that you find a singer, songwriter, and a business leader all rolled into one persona. What's more, she's also a content creator in her own right. With over millions of followers on social media and her music being streamed time and time again on Spotify, please join me in welcoming on stage Ananya Birla, singer and business leader.
Thank you, Ananya, for joining us at the Money Control Creator Economy Summit. You heard out some of the creators in the previous session.
Yes. Firstly, a big thank you to Moneycontrol for having me, and a big thank you to all of you for being here.
Great. Thank you so much. What is your own sense when you look at the creator economy or the digital economy or whatever you want to call it today? We're seeing amazing momentum, individuals becoming brands. What do you make of it?
I think it's amazing. I think, it's giving so much opportunity. On the music side of things, I can put up anything I want at any time, and there's an audience for me. It's giving people new jobs. I think the most important part is, as individuals, we need to learn how to just balance it out so that it doesn't start affecting our well-being. Other than that, I think anything really powerful. So it could be something like social media, for example, right? It's such a powerful tool. It could be really, really good, but then it could also be really, really harmful if not used correctly. So I think the potential is humongous, and we've seen it. In India, we have the youngest working population. So it's a really exciting time for us. There's a lot of talent in our country, and I think so many creators get such amazing platforms because of all the various, platforms that there are. So I think it's great.
Right. And, Ananya, you've actually led me to my next question. Mario mentioned all the different roles that you play. And, all of them are so different from each other, right? Singer, songwriter, then you founded Swatantra when you were, 17 years, and that's in the affordable housing segment. You've also joined the leadership of the Aditya Birla Group, which again, is a very, very big role to have. So how do you sort of balance all of this? I'm sure there's a lot of context switching that you have to do every day. At 7 a.m., you could be working on a song. 10 a.m., you're working on your, piece of music. 12 p.m., you have a board meeting and so on. So how do you balance all of this out? And, how does your music influence you in other parts of your life?
Yeah. I think I don't really have a social life. I think I'm either working on my music.
You're on social media, but you don't have a social media.
Yeah, I guess. On a serious note, I think, the mornings and the nights are more for my music.
That's when you feel creative.
I think it's just I've found a rhythm for myself. And then during the days when I'm usually at office or now Zoom, Teams, whatever it may be. But early morning and late night, I'm usually in studio. Yeah, I think I'm still trying to figure out the best way to balance it all. Every day is a new challenge. Every day looks a little bit different. And that's what keeps me going as well. I think I'm someone who can get bored very easily. So I like to challenge myself. So yeah, but overall I would say, and then right in the middle of the day, usually I hit the gym.
Wow. What does a day in the life of Ananya Birla look like?
So I wake up by 6-ish. I have my morning chai and smoothie. After which I usually pick up my guitar and write a little bit. Then, I do my skincare and all of that stuff, a little bit of meditation. I then go to office for my meetings, which range from, like you said, Swatantra, so affordable housing, to global trading, to a couple of new brands that I'm starting now. Then I hit the gym. Then
in the middle of the day?
In the middle of the day, right in the middle of the day. I eat a meal after that. Then I do a couple of more meetings. And then I head back to studio in the evening. Sometimes I meet a couple of friends, sometimes I'm just in studio, and then I just go to sleep.
Wow. How did you cope with the burden of expectations when you were growing up? Because, the Birla name in India carries a sense of history, legacy, pride. And in many ways, the story of India, the story of Birla is the story of India, right? They've always been seen as nation builders. It's a huge legacy to have. So how did you sort of cope with that? And did you consciously want to break that mold and, stand out as something different beyond being a scion of the Birla Group?
So I think all the expectations are all and were all self-imposed. At the end of the day, no one, my family's been very, very supportive. My friends have been very, very supportive. No one has made me feel that pressure. I have done it to myself. So I think that's one thing that I would like to sort of convey, is that it's all self-induced. And so in the same way, I think I'm 29 now. So I think for me personally, age has taught me a lot. Life has taught me a lot. And now I've reached a stage where I really embrace my last name. I think there's so much inspiration for me just in my bloodline. And I want to make my family proud of me. I see it less as a burden. I don't see it as a burden at all, actually. I see it less as a pressure and more as an inspiration. But yeah, it took a while to reach here. When I was in my early 20s, I mean, the fact that I started a microfinance company at the age of 17 sort of just shows how much pressure I had put on myself to prove to myself that I was worth where I was born. There was a lot of guilt while growing up. Why am I born in this family, whereas the girl in front of me is on the streets. So I couldn't really understand, I couldn't understand my privilege. I couldn't understand whether I deserve it. And so I was constantly trying to prove to myself that I am worthy of where I was born. Till about 3 years ago, I think,
So
a lot
was
of
there a
therapy.
moment where you felt like you should stop taking that pressure? Because you mentioned that it was mostly self-induced. It wasn't something that your parents kept telling you about.
I think, when you continuously work on your skills and time and again you see things happening in a way, you automatically start feeling a little proud of yourself. You start feeling like, okay, I am really trying my best. And so over time, I think I became more comfortable in my skin. But it's really been a journey, and it continues to be a journey. So I think it's just about doing what you love and doing it well, and feeling that that confidence from within. I think that's the most important thing. As soon as I start trying to search for external gratification, it all goes haywire. I really have to hone in and find that love and respect for myself from within.
Got it. And were you worried that, you will not be taken seriously as a board member, as a business leader, if you're also, a pop star? Did that run through your mind? Did people advise you that, don't do this?
So every single A&R in the music world that I met said, drop your last name. No one's going to listen to your music. Your music is actually, they tell me this, your music is actually really good, but people don't click on it because of your last name. And I'm like, you know what? This is who I am. I am Ananya Birla. And if that means that I have 2 listeners and not 100 listeners, I'm okay with it. Because I want
now
people...
you have, what, 500 million streams or 600 million?
I'm very grateful. I don't know, actually. I don't know anymore. I tend to not look into the numbers anymore. I just don't do it. And I'm much better for it. But many people have told me that. Most people, I would say, have told me that. But I just continue to remain, on not being taken seriously. I think work and performance speak for itself. Swatantra and the performance that we had, the acquisition of Chaitanya, the interest from the Ps, I think at the end of the day, numbers can't lie. People can look at our books. My founding team has stayed with me for the last 12 years. Wow. Which says a lot about them and the culture that we have. So at the end of the day, the truth comes out. At the end of the day, hard work speaks for itself. And that's what I've always stuck to. I've always stuck to long-term growth over anything short-term.
Right. How did your parents influence you, and in what ways?
I mean, my parents mean everything to me, I think... yeah, I can't imagine a world where my parents don't exist. That's how attached I am to them. Maybe a bit too attached, but I'm very attached to my parents. Actually, my mom and my dad, they both are my best friends in very different ways. But we have a very, of course, there is a boundary, right, with every parent. But at the end of the day, they know everything about me. I'm very honest with them about my good habits, my bad habits. They're very aware of what I'm doing, where I am. Yeah, I'm very, very grateful for my parents.
And growing up, who were some of the singers who inspired you the most, both India and globally?
So I don't know whether any of you listen to Nirvana, but Kurt Cobain is someone who I really looked up to. I think...
Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Yeah, I think Come As You Are, right? I think this whole thing of authenticity is something that has really... so I want to actually answer something that you had asked before. In link to this is this thing of, did you want to break away, right? And I used to get this a lot. And the truth is that I actually, it really, breaking away scares me. I don't want to break away from my family at all. That's the last thing I want to do. But at the same time, I have to be who I am, and I want to be who I am as well. And if that looks different from the perception of that someone may have of a Birla girl, I unfortunately can't do anything about it. So I actually don't want to break away anywhere. My family is my safe place, and that's where I want to be. Okay, coming back to, so exactly why I think Kurt Cobain, someone like Kurt Cobain, he doesn't have an amazing voice, or he's just honest. And that's what, if you listen to him live, he will hit many bum notes, right? But it's not about the technicalities, it's about feeling that emotion. And that's what I'm about as well as a songwriter and a singer. Of course, I'll do my riyaz, of course, I will make sure that my voice is sounding at a certain level. I'll do my vocal coaching. But with that extra 1 hour I will not work extra hard on perfecting my voice. I am okay to be imperfect. I'm okay to hit a couple of notes that are not in the key, right? But I want to make sure that I feel my music, that I actually feel what I'm singing. So I will focus more on the writing. I'll focus more on getting a melody that I feel like will connect with other people. I want to leave people feeling something. And that's why someone like a Kurt Cobain, really, or Eminem, for example,
Right.
he's just so honest with his rap. Rupi Kaur with her poetry. I think honesty and authenticity is something that really speaks a lot to me. And so every artist that holds that, I've worked with AR Sir quite a bit now, and he really inspires me as well with how he conducts himself. The fact that he takes feedback from someone like me who has no experience compared to him shows what legends are made of. So yeah, I have a lot to learn and a long way to go, and there are some amazing people around.
Great. Ananya, one of your hit singles, I think it was Unstoppable. It carries a powerful message of empowerment. So how does this, again, resonate with your own journey and your approach to business and entrepreneurship?
Empowerment. I think, I don't know whether I've spoken about this much, but one of the reasons why I started Swatantra was I saw around me that women were not financially self-sustainable. They were not financially empowered, and hence society had power over them. They couldn't make their own decisions because they were not financially self-sustainable. And so I wanted to go on this journey to empower other women to make them self-sufficient, right? And that's what Swatantra is all about. We're not helping them in any way, right? We're just providing them a product that a conventional bank doesn't provide them because they don't have any physical collateral to give us. So we work around social collateral, something called JLG. I think empowerment as a concept is very empowering and can really, really change lives. But like they say, what is it? Oxygen mask first. You have to wear it yourself first before you can help anyone else.
Correct.
And that's the sort of ethos that I have for my life as well. If I don't feel empowered, I'm of no use to anybody. And that can come across quite selfish. I used to think it's quite selfish initially. But ever since I started practicing it, my life has really, really changed.
Nice. One thing that, kept coming up through all the sessions this evening, I think the most frequently asked question was, how does a creator go viral, or how do you create a hit channel on YouTube or Instagram? And one word that kept coming up was authenticity. How much of yourself you put there for people to relate to empathize with, or cheer you on. So, how do you relate to this in terms of authenticity and personal branding? How have you leveraged technology to connect with your listeners, with people who follow you on social media? Or are you wary of putting too much of yourself there?
It really depends. I think, again, the most important thing is that we remain authentic to ourselves, right? And there's a fine line. How much of yourself do you actually want to share with the world? How much of yourself do you want to keep to yourself? Being born in the Birla family, I think my life was, it's almost like my life was planned for me before I was even, I was even born. Every other girl in my family was married before the age of 22, and I'm 29. No one was involved in the family business. I'm on the boards. So seemed very different for me. So I'm very authentic on my social media, but by looking at my social media, are you going to get to know all of me? I don't think so. I don't think too much about personal brand and stuff. I don't, there's nothing, you know, I just post what I'm feeling, and the people who connect with it. And that's the sort of ethos that I have. We don't really, because it can become like it can really suck you in, right? Yeah. It's like, what do other people think? How am I coming across? It can really...
How many likes, how many
likes, how many comments. It can really take away from me focusing just on my work and the process of writing or the decision-making process. Why am I making a certain decision? So I try to stay away from it because it can become really a very vicious cycle for me. So I don't get into it too much.
Right. Ananya, you know, we are also talking at a time when we've seen Taylor Swift's Eras tour take the world by storm.
Amazing.
Beyonce's Renaissance tour. And I think I read some piece that spoke about how Taylor Swift's concerts alone have contributed some 3 billion to America's GDP. Do you see that taking off in a similar scale in India? Artists
100%.
concerts?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you know, we saw an Indian artist performing at Coachella, which is a big deal for us Indians.
Yeah.
I think, you know, music has always been a global language. What explains a song like Despacito going viral? I didn't know what the song meant till much later. How many of you in the audience even know what Despacito? Despacito, it's just a catchy song, right? What does it mean? So music is a global language.
Yeah.
And I don't think K-pop, the rise of K-pop, I don't understand anything. I don't understand Korean. I don't understand the language.
And yet BTS has such
a huge fan base, right? So I don't think it'll be very long before someone from India will also be at that global level, whether it's with English music, Hindi music, I don't know. It's just a matter of, or maybe even Tamil and one of our regional languages. I don't know, right? But I'm quite sure that we will get there because our sounds are so beautiful. Our languages are so, even Urdu, for example, it's just so poetic. It's just a matter of right time, right place, and I'm sure someone will be up there.
And, you know, is that something that you want to do as well, or multi-city tour? Is that something that on the anvil, something that we can expect?
So I went on tour earlier this year. I can't believe we're in November already. It's crazy. This year has flown by like crazy. Yeah. Is that something, you know, the idea of reaching out to more people, whether that's with my businesses, with the products, services, or with music, of course, it's something that is very, very attractive. Is that something that I focus on? I tend to not focus on. I like to, personally, I don't want to focus on the outcome because then I forget about enjoying the journey.
Right.
So is that something that would be amazing? Yes. Is that something that, you know, I'm focusing on right now? I'm just focusing on making good shit, right? I'm really just focusing on doing good stuff and making really good quality stuff. That's my focus. With the right people, in the right environments, for the right reasons. And then if something's meant to click, it'll click. If something's not meant to click, it won't click. At least I would have enjoyed myself.
Got it. You know, I think in the previous answer you spoke about, you know, how it's very easy to get sucked into this whole numbers game and impressions and likes and so on. You know, how do you balance the pressures of being a celebrity, a very well-known star, with self-care and your own mental well-being? I mean, you also co-founded Empower, which, you know, is to improve mental health and awareness.
So I've personally had periods in my life where it's gotten very, very dark for me. It's gotten very dark, whether that looks like panic attacks, whether that looks like not being able to get out of bed, you know. It's gotten very dark for me. And my takeaway from those experiences has been that there is nothing more important than your own health and your loved ones, right? So that's why I just don't compromise on, so for example, whether that's my working out in the middle of the day, I don't compromise on that no matter what. So if that's a really, really important meeting, it can wait. But time for my loved ones and my own well-being is the first priority for me, which means that if I have to leave office at a particular time, that is just it. The meeting can come tomorrow. And everyone around me is super understanding. So self-care for me looks like physical health, and for myself, physical health and mental health is related. So I make sure that I remain fit to feel good. I meditate on a daily basis. I make sure that I write. It could be anything, right? It could be like a journal entry.
Right.
Also, gratitude journaling is really important. So it's scientifically proven that when we are in a state of gratitude, we cannot be in a state of anger or a state of anxiousness. It's a very nice place to be. So I have small tricks that I sort of use through the day to keep me going. It's really, really, really important for me personally to be functional and to be a happy happy person.
And by nature, are you a careful person, a conservative person, someone who takes risks? How do you sort of evaluate things?
No, I'm not a careful person at all. So I think the fact that I dropped out of Oxford, right, to pursue, because I was Universal Music Group wanted to sign me on, and it just seemed like the right thing to do. Swatantra wouldn't have been where it is today if it wasn't for me dropping out of Oxford. Was it a huge risk? Of course, it's a huge risk. I mean, I worked my butt off to get into Oxford. It's like economics and management. I was studious, it was crazy, right? And then I just dropped out. So I do tend to listen.
At home when you dropped out of Oxford?
They were very, they were very supportive. I was quite scared actually to tell them. They were very supportive. They said, as long as you are happy with your decision. My mom said, eventually maybe get a degree. I said, I will. My dad said, do what makes you happy. You're building something that is very precious, and that's what matters.
Right.
It was very relaxed. It was very, I'm very grateful. I honestly was very scared, but it was fine.
So risk taker by.
I am a risk taker. I think I tend to follow my heart way more than I should sometimes. But it's not let me down in the long run. I'm okay.
Right. The last year has been, very significant for you from a professional standpoint. Apart from the singing, you mentioned the Chaitanya acquisition. That was a big one, buying out Sachin Bansal's venture. And you've also joined the boards of, Aditya Birla Fashion and Grasim and so on. So what can we expect over the next year? How are you going to balance all of these different things that you do on a daily basis with that afternoon routine in the gym and the morning and evening singing and songwriting?
So a lot of fun stuff's coming up. We're building a couple different consumer brands. So I'm really excited for that. I acted in a movie last year. It's OTT. Kunal Kohli directed with Bobby Deol. So that should be out soon, hopefully as well.
Oh wow! When is this coming out?
I don't know.
You play a singer in that?
Yeah. No. I don't play a singer. My character's name is Jane. It's like a Desi Sherlock Holmes.
Okay.
It was a great experience. I learned a lot from my character. A lot of new music coming up. So what I'm doing is it can seem like I do a lot, but what I follow is if you imagine a T, I try to be okay at everything, but then there's one line that goes really deep, right? So even in the businesses, the point of a team is that you don't have to be good at everything. As long as you understand everything, it's fine. That's my job as a leader. I bring on people on my team who are the best at. It could be finance, it could be whatever, right? All the different departments. My personal strength, I would say, is more in terms of people management. It's more with marketing, more with positioning, design, understanding consumers, building product. That's sort of where my strength lies. And then I bring on people who are much, 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 much better than me to take on the other functions. So those are my strengths. As a songwriter, I bring on people who are much better than me when it comes to melodies. My forte is not even vocal production, it's more just writing. So even though it seems like I do a lot, in the things I do, I'm very specific in what I'm good at.
Got it.
And then I just try to keep getting better at those things.
And you delegate.
And then and then you're supposed to get the right people to support you, right? It takes a village to build anything. So whether you look at Swatantra, whether you look at the new, the new stuff that I'm coming up with, everyone in the room is always smarter than I am. And that's the point of having a team, is you bring on people who know it better than you do. And then, of course, I know where my strengths are. And then, you strengthen your strengths and weaken your weaknesses. So I just keep reminding myself, like, I'm a T. And that's how I sort of manage.
Right. How do you see, this trend evolving? Because content creators today influence so much of what Gen Zs do, right? The way they spend, the way they invest, what products they buy. Do you think that's going to be a defining trend going forward?
Influencers defining?
Yeah, influencers. Defining buying decisions, investment decisions.
I think everyone is becoming more aware of products, what's in the products. So I think consumers are very intelligent. I think, I'm building a sneaker brand, right? And we've also built something called Birla Cosmetics, and we're sort of working on that. So consumers are very, very intelligent. So if you say it's vegan, it better be vegan. So you can't fool anyone, which is really good. So at the end of the day, yes, of course, if I think if an influencer is honest and is putting a point across, at the end of the day, I think consumers can see through it. So I don't think, so what I'm trying to say is that it really depends on what the point of view is and where it's coming from. But of course, we'll all have people who we look up to, whether it's an influencer, whether it's our parents, and we will, listen to them in terms of when it comes to purchasing. But people have become really intelligent now, and I think it really boils down to our own desires and choices more than anything else.
Got it. I think we're out of time, so I'm going to quickly ask you a few rapid-fire questions.
Oh, God.
That's okay with you. Your go-to music streaming app?
Spotify.
Favorite singer of all time? I think you answered that during the conversation, but...
Favorite singer of all time? I think now it would be Arijit Singh, no? He's so good.
Still?
Arijit Singh?
Arijit Singh?
Yeah.
Favorite song of all time?
Blowing in the Wind, Bob Dylan.
Top 3 tips that you would have for people who want to create content?
Listen to your why from within. Just one thing. Just don't take any advice from anyone. Make your own mistakes, learn yourself, and you'll be fine.
Ananya, Birla, in one word.
I don't know, you tell me. After talking to me, you tell me.
I think I would say, I don't know, unconventional, risk-taker, versatile. So many words come to mind.
Maybe we can ask the audience.
How do you see yourself?
I don't know, it depends. I think, I don't know.
Okay. One song that you'd like to sing for us?
Teri Meri Kahani. I just sang it outside, so
yeah,
I know I'll do an okay job.
तेरी मेरी कहानी लगदी है आसमानी वे तू पलवी ना अब मेरा हाथ छाड़िए जीना तेरे नाल सिक जावा तेरी ही गलियों में मुड़ जावा लेके मैं तेनू उड़ जावा कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए कहीं दूर चलिए.
Wow, that was beautiful. Thank you so much, Ananya.
Thank you, Manisha.
did a beautiful rendition. And Chandra, thank you so much for that lovely conversation. Thank you all, to be here. And with that, we come to the end of this power-packed and vibrant first edition of Moneycontrol Creator Economy Summit. We hope you enjoyed it and have great takeaways on the growing creator economy. We promise an even bigger event next year. We look forward to your feedback. Thank you again to all our partners, Adani, SBI, SBI General Insurance, and Mantri, and our speakers, guests, and attendees for making this such a memorable event. Please join us for dinner. Thank you.